brief thing that will make you grow. Mimi ni mzaliwa wa kijiji fulani kutoka jimbo la Nakuru, eneo wakilishi bunge la Bahati, wodi ya Lane. Na sifa, babangu hakuwa chief, mamangu hakuwa mwalimu, wote walikuwa wakulima. Lakini tangu nilipokuwa ninakuwa, I had a dream that one day God giving me a chance, I will serve the government. I did not wait until I'm 40 or 38 or 36 to become whom I wanted to become. Whatever you want to be 10 years from now, start it now. Whatever you want to do in 10 years' time, start it now. Those who want to be the senior business people in Kenya, start a kiosk. Tandika gunia, weka maembe 4 na machungwa 6. That is where you start. But some of us, tunataka kupanda mti kuanzia juu. It will never happen. One day, we had the International Day for Peace at Uhuru Park. Na ilikuwa kitambo kidogo, by then I was still a small boy. Na mgeni wa heshima alikuwa Uncle Moody, by then he was the vice president. I was the master of ceremony from the village. But when I was giving him back the program to run the day, aliniuliza swali, wewe kijana, ungependa kuwa nini miaka 10 ijayo? Na nikamwambia Mheshimiwa Makamu wa Rais, ningependa kuwa the master of ceremony to the president 10 years from now. Whatever you dream, don't wait the dream to come to you, but go for the, what am I today? EMC to the president.
Thank you for the choir and the national anthem. May I request Pauline Muriuki kindly come for the prayer.
Good morning. Let us pray. Our dear Heavenly Father, in the name of Jesus, we come before you this wonderful morning. It is a beautiful day that you have made so that we may rejoice and be glad in it. Father, we are so happy as we consider the many things that we have done, the efforts that we have put in to see this event materialize. God, you enabled us. We thank you and we bless you, oh God, for your grace that has been sufficient for us. As we gather here, O King of Glory, all of us, O Jehovah God, we thank you and we give glory and honor unto you for granting us your journey mercies, even bringing us safely to this place. Lord, we worship and we exalt your holy name because you alone are worthy of our praises. As we begin our program this morning, we want to commit everything into your mighty hands, that everything shall flow smoothly, Father, to the glory and honor of your name from the beginning even to the end. We commit every part of the program to you, that, Father, we shall enjoy every bit of it. Thank you for the interns that you have enabled to come to this place. They have traveled from far. You grant them your journey mercies, and you kept them safe and secure. Thank you, Lord, even for the commission. Thank you for all the partners that we are together in this with. Lord, we commit them into your mighty hands, that as we proceed, your presence is going to be together with us. At the end of it all the glory and honor shall return to you. For we pray, believing and trusting in Jesus' name.
Amen.
Thank you. May we be seated, please. Our chief guest, who is the chairperson of the Public Service Commission, Ambassador Anthony Mushiri, Ambassador Anthony Mushiri, our chief guest and chairperson of the Public Service Commission. Commissioners present, our CEO. This is a beautiful day. This is a beautiful day, yes? Is it a beautiful day, young people? Sikunja Masio. Our chief guest, these young people started working in here pretty early. They came with fire. They came with energy, and we saw it demonstrated in the manner they arrived here. If you had come a little earlier, say at around 6:30, you would have witnessed exactly what I'm trying to say. How many of us were here as early as 6:30? Or even earlier? By a show of hands, chair, you can see. I saw queues of young men and women coming in, and I was just inspired. It actually showed that they are inspired, they are keen, and they are very invigorated. They know what they want. There are no second guesses. They knew what they want, they knew where to find it, and that's why they are here. And so let us clap for each other, for ourselves, for the energy we have shown, and for making it here. And then let's also congratulate ourselves for being among the very lucky few. I'm sure the CEO will tell you how many of you applied for this job, and out of that big number, how many of you have made it. I'll not say that at this moment. I'm sure the CEO will be able to tell us. Without much ado, Chair, I want to introduce the choir once again, who will give us two very beautiful songs. And you may notice, Chair, that the choir is looking different. This is homegrown. Wenzangu, this is homegrown. This is Public Service Commission. You can see they are resplendent, neat, and looking smart. And they tuwapige makofi as they come to sing before us. They have two songs. The first song they are going to sing to us is called E Baba Mungu, which is a praise song. And then the next one will be Chombo Cha Amani, which is basically extolling the virtue of peace and calling on us to be peaceful. Choir, please.
Kulala kwangu umekuchunguza, umezijua njia zangu zote, fikira zangu zote unazijua, matendo yangu yote wayajua. Siwezi kwenda mbali na roho yako, fikira zangu zote unazijua. Ujuzi wako siwezi fikia, siwezi kwenda mbali na roho yako, fikira zangu zote unazijua. Nakulilia Baba Mungu, uniondolee uovu wangu. Nakulilia Baba Mungu, uniondolee uovu wangu. Nakulilia Baba Mungu, uniondolee uovu wangu. Nitembeapo unanijua, ninapolala unanijua, mawazo yangu unayajua, nakuhitaji uniongoze. Unanijua, ninapolala Mungu unanijua, najua sitajificha mbali na wewe. Ninaposema maovu juu yako, nikitumia jina lako Mungu, fikira zangu zote unazijua. Ninapowazi wenzangu duniani, kulinga njia zako Mungu, fikira zangu zote unazijua. Unisamehe ninapokuasi, siwezi kwenda mbali na roho yako, fikira zangu kwenda mbali na roho yako, fikira zangu zote unazijua. Unisamehe uovu wangu, unisamehe makosa yangu. Utembeapo unanijua, nakuhitaji uniongoze. Nitembeapo Mungu unanijua, matendo yangu unayajua, sitajificha mbali duniani kote. Mungu nifanye niwe chombo cha amani yako, nihubiri amani kwa Wakenya wote. Mungu nifanye niwe chombo cha amani yako, nihubiri amani kwa Wakenya wote.
Walipochuki na ugomvi
kwa upendo wa kweli,
walipochuki na ugomvi nilete amani,
ili Wakenya wote waishi kwa amani tele.
popote palipo na utengano nilete umoja.
Mungu nifanye niwe chombo cha amani yako, nisambaze amani duniani kote. Mungu nifanye niwe chombo cha amani, nihubiri amani kwa Wakenya wote.
Walipojaa na mashaka nilete faraja,
ili Wakenya wote waishi kwa upendo wa kweli.
walipopita na majeraha nilete amani,
ili Wakenya wote waishi kwa amani tele.
walipo mipaka ya kisiasa nilete umoja,
ili Wakenya wote waishi kwa umoja wa kweli.
walipo vita vya ukabila nilete amani,
ili Wakenya wote waishi kwa amani tele.
Baba
Kweli mimi nimeshajitolea
sehemu zote za Kenya,
kuhubiri amani kwa Wakenya wote.
amani na msamaha,
Tukomeshe vitendo vya uharibifu,
madaraka yetu.
tuijenge Kenya taifa letu.
Baba
Kweli mimi nimeshajitolea
sehemu zote za Kenya,
kuhubiri amani kwa Wakenya wote.
vitendo vya ukabila,
Tukomeshe vitendo vya uharibifu,
madaraka yetu.
tuijenge Kenya taifa letu. Mungu niwe chombo cha amani yako, nisambaze amani duniani kote. Mungu nifanye niwe chombo cha amani yako, nihubiri chombo cha amani yako, nihubiri amani kwa Wakenya wote, kwa Wakenya wote. Kwa Wakenya wote,
Ningependa upendo usambae,
kwa Wakenya wote, kwa Wakenya wote,
ningependa amani isambae,
kwa Wakenya wote, kwa Wakenya wote.
Mshangilie kwaya ya PS. I think they deserve better. At the back sioni mkipiga makofi. Nyuma tafadhali tuone mkiwachangilia hii kwaya yetu. They have taken time to prepare for this event, and that is why we are appreciating the effort they have made, and we thank you a lot. And this choir, our chief guest, the patron is the CEO sitting next to you. He's actually the brain behind the choir. The idea of coming up with the choir was his idea. And they've come a long way. This far they've come. Looking as beautiful as they are is because of the support he has given to this choir. Thank you very much, choir, once again. Chairperson, before I formally invite the CEO to take over from here, I just have one little thing to do, which is to ask all of us, not the guys in front, the ones who are interns. Muko na simu? Muko na simu, sio? Kila mmoja wetu yuko na simu. Don't feel embarrassed hata kama ni kabambe ama ni kanaitwaje kale kingine mulika mwizi. Don't feel embarrassed about that. But you have a phone, yes? Let me just see how many of us have a phone. Don't be embarrassed about the kind of phone. Whether it's an iPhone or whatnot, it's a phone nonetheless. Si ndio? Sinapigia shosho nyumbani na kufanyia ile mambo yote unahitaji. So with that phone that you have, which can do so many things for you, there's just one thing I'm going to request of us to do. If you look at the screen on this side, you'll notice we have two, I think there are three. There is a hashtag, PSIP Cohort 5. Can you see? PSIP Cohort 5, PSIP Induction 2023, Asante PSC. Depending on what you feel. If you feel like PSC has done a great job, you can help us push that narrative on Asante PSC. How many of us are happy for PSC? I'm sure that's why you're here. Asante sana. So, oops, I don't know what's gone wrong. Anyway, you saw the hashtags. What I want us to do is that since this is the face of Kenya, all of you are representing the lowest unit of administration in this country. Every part of Kenya is represented here, and let's be happy for that because this is the face of Kenya in one space. We want those people who are, where you're coming from to see and hear you and know that you are here on a very noble program. So on those three hashtags, I'm going to request you to go any selfie. Take a selfie with a friend. Sindio, the guy next to you may be a stranger for now, but by the end of the day, he should be your friend. Sasa, so please take a photo. Chukua picha. Na kwa hizo hashtags nimewapatia, post something and say something. I will repeat. Hashtag PSIP cohort 5. Cohort 5 is in Roman. So you can say PSIP cohort V. Sasa. There is also hashtag PSIP induction 2023. And finally, hashtag Asante PSC. Any of those three hashtags, we want to see a conversation coming from this place, growing and spreading out in the entire country. Thank you very much. At this point, allow me to invite the...
Thank you so very much, Bwana Brown. I think everybody appreciates the kind of weather we have. It's courtesy of my effort. If you see that our chairperson, Ambassador Anthony Muchiri, Vice Chairperson who is away on official duties, our commissioners, staff of the Public Service Commission, our interns, our team, ladies and gentlemen, and also our directors of HR from various MDS. Good morning, everybody. Karibuni sana. At the onset, we all places of Kenya. I want to appreciate you for making it on time, despite the distances involved. We congratulate you for that. Mr. Chair, I want to acknowledge, and as Mr. Brown said, all of us are drawn from all parts of Kenya. Just want to acknowledge that all of us are here, and I'm starting from the coastal region. Anybody who has come from coastal region, please stand up. We acknowledge you. Please stand up. Coasts are very few. We have ensured that. Thank you very much. We have our gentlemen and ladies from Northeastern Province. Please stand up. We acknowledge you. Northeastern, Wajir, Mandera, Garissa. Please acknowledge them. Thank you very much. We have our ladies and gentlemen from Eastern Province. Please stand up. Eastern, nobody from Eastern? Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much. We have our friends and relatives from Nairobi. Please stand up, Nairobi Province. Nobody's coming from Nairobi? Asante sana. We have our friends from Rift Valley Province. The turnout is very huge. Congrats all of you. Wow. No, the province is big. Thank you very much. We have our friends from Western Province. Western Province, please stand up. Equally big, congratulations. We have our friends from Nyanza Province. Karibuni sana, thank you very much. The turnout demonstrates the commitment and the enthusiasm. You are ready to join the service. Mr. Chairman, I also want to acknowledge our directors from the Public Service Commission. Please stand up, we acknowledge them. Directors and Deputy Commission Secretaries. Thank you very much. Mr. Chairman, I also want to acknowledge the organizing team who have made this event very successful. Look at the turnout, look at the organization led by Gerald and Remy. Please stand up. The entire team who have organized, and they have also been the one getting in touch with you. Appreciate them. We also want to acknowledge our APSA team, partners. Are they around, partners? APSA are going to take us through at some point. And then, of course, KICC team. So, Mr. Chair, just want to take this opportunity to welcome everybody to this induction session for our 5th cohort of interns under the Public Service Internship Program, and also welcome everybody to Nairobi. We are glad that you arrived safely, and we request, being an induction program, that you all pay attention. We are likely to have an online exams after that, so please take note of everything. This is a program that the Commission started in 2019 in line with the Psc Strategic Plan 2019-2024 with the support by the Parliament. The first cohort of interns were deployed in 2019, and since then, there have been 3 other cohorts, totaling to over 12,000 to date. With the new cohort, we expect that the tally will rise to about 16,000 by the end of this year. And you're also the lucky team because previous cohort inductions have been done virtually because of COVID, but this time around we are doing it physically. So recruitment of the current cohort of 5 interns began when the Commission invited applications through advertisement in July 2022. At the close of the application window, we had over 30,000 applicants from 288 constituencies. The applications, of course, were submitted online, and we were able to shortlist 7,600 interns, and only 3,902 made it to this cohort. Could you please appreciate yourselves? Congratulations. We ensure that the selection process took care of merit, ethnicity, gender, disability, and minorities and the marginalized. So all of you are drawn from all the constituencies in Kenya and from where we received all the applications. All of you will be deployed to various departments and agencies across the country based on the areas of specialization and qualifications, where you'll be mentored to acquire relevant hands-on training, competencies, practical skills, and experiences necessary for employment opportunities and entrepreneurship. Please ensure that you utilize the opportunity well by learning and acquiring skills that would be vital in achieving professional excellence. I wish to also caution that this, of course, being brought on board doesn't guarantee employment, but it gives you higher chances in future because you'll be already skilled and ready ahead than the others. Further, please note that the Commission will not entertain requests for transfers from institution to institution. We've already started receiving requests. Somebody has been deployed somewhere, he's already asking to be deployed elsewhere. So we want to discourage that because this is a one-year program, it will not be good to keep on transferring. Wherever you're deployed, you're ready to serve in the service. I want to conclude my remarks by once again, congratulating all of you and thanking you for turning up in large numbers. We have our commissioner who has been overseeing this program since inception in 2019, and our success is courtesy of our support and direction. We really want to thank Commissioner Mary Muyandi for supporting our secretariat. Chairman and the commissioners intervened so that we had 3,900 right now. Would you have gotten a chance for the intervention? Would you appreciate him, please? Lastly, there is a team I forgot. We have people who are going to receive you in the MDS, the directors of HR from the ministries. Could you please stand up? We acknowledge you. And the MDS. Those are the people who are going to receive you and listen to them. Thank you very much. So it's now my pleasure to request our lead coordinator, Commissioner Mary Mugandi, to do all that pertains to the next session. Madam Mary, welcome, and can we all clap as she comes? Continue clapping until she arrives. Thank you. Asante sana. So you also clap for me for setting the climate. Thank you very much. Karibu, Madam Mary.
Thank you, CEO. And our chairman, Anthony Muchiri, my fellow commissioners, the entire team of Public Service Commission, our officers from various ministries, and certainly our very distinguished guests today, our dear interns, good morning. Interns, good morning. I can see you are so happy to be here. Chairman and all of us, this very good morning and today is to welcome our 5th cohort of interns. And we want to extend our congratulations, our hongera to all those interns, all of us here who qualified to join the 5th cohort of Psc Internship Program. Like the CEO has said, you are among the very lucky few who made it out of 31,000 applicants. You came out well enough to join the program. Congratulations. And from today henceforth, you belong to the group we call the 5th cohort of PSIP. You are our future. You are the future of this country. You are the future of the very able and willing public servants that are going to take this country forward. One could be wondering, why did we have to call you to come today and be with us tomorrow and maybe another day in course of your internship program? This induction session was first to welcome you into the public service. For the first time since you graduated, somebody found it fit that they call you to join the civil servants who provide service for this country. Secondly, it is to induct you and acquaint you with the public service requirements so that you are able to settle in with ease after gaining some very critical information, because we expect you to join in and start doing what you need to do. This certainly will make your life easier. You're going to become that public servant that we aspire after the 12 months. We have some expectations as public service. This one, I must say. Now that you've been selected to join the program, you have effectively become a public servant from today going forward. And therefore, unlike where we were in school and nobody cared much about what we did, we expect you to be bound by certain regulations, obligations, and commitments. All interns will be required to go by the rules and all the protocols in the units, the sections and departments of their new organizations or where they are going to be posted, and be ready to be deployed, like the CEO has said, to any relevant office, and you must go to that office This is where we shall now have a bit of problem, where you want to change. We shall not allow it. This is the first test, whether you are ready to work anywhere in the Republic of Kenya. So when you are posted in those stations, please, please give your best. It is that giving your best, perhaps, that will generate the next step of your being absorbed if you work harder and if you apply and positions are there. You'll be required to make every effort to acquire relevant skills in the area of specialization. And also, and very important, observe confidentiality of information and security of tools and equipment that are going to be placed under your possession in the course of the program. Government does not like people who talk too much about what they do. We just do things and leave the rest for people to see our actions. The host institutions, I know we have representations here, kindly accord our interns the support they need to acquire the skills that will make them that great public servant that we all want. We are sending the interns to you, to the institutions, to be trained, to be guided, and to be held. Hold their hand as they do not know very much about what goes on in these departments. Kindly hold their hand. Give them the support they need. It's important, Chair, to mention here that the interns are going to be meant to find mentors and coaches that the Public Service Commission has already trained, in addition, of course, to the other officers. We have about 560 these mentors. They will be at hand, and please do what we promised to do when we all went through the training. Chair, the supervisors are also very important. That when these interns join the ministries, whatever organization they do, we expect the supervisors to religiously continue assigning work to the interns, oversee the day-to-day work performance, set performance targets with these interns, and provide that experiential learning activity to the intern. Assign tools and equipment where it is necessary and appraise the intern among other obligations that you know too very well. My dear interns, the government has been so gracious that we shall train you and still pay you. We call it stipend. It's not a salary. We're going to give you, from the money we've gotten from government, 25,000 Kenya shillings every month. It may be little, it may be much, depending on where you come from. But this is enough money to keep you well and perhaps help you do what I did when I was a young lady in college and out of college. I knew where Gikomba was. And this is where I got my very first jacket, very nice handbag, and the rest of it, it is enough. That time there was even no 25,000. So we expect to find you looking very smart after 1 month. And looking happy that you are a public servant. And if you find me in Igekomba, just greet me, but don't say I'm a commissioner. Just greet me. The reason I'm saying this is because it is enough money, but not enough money to drink it all the first day. And then you tell us you have no money for transport to work. We shall not take that one kindly. We have an opportunity to earn and manage a little money. Those of us who will get sick, and God forbid, you are young, so don't get sick, we will grant you some sick leave within the prevailing regulations. If you so wish, you can also have some annual leave, but if I were you, I would work throughout because I want to learn so much. Amongst us may have some other issues that may require some compassionate leave. Please let us know when you want to have that kind of leave. Some of us who belong to my gender may want to add one more person to the household. Even those others who are not of my gender will be responsible. There are regulations that guide such kind of occurrences. Talking about additions, I want to pass in a special way, congratulate all those mothers and fathers among the interns who are courageous enough to bring their babies along. Congratulations. You are not ashamed. This is the way to go. You are not young. Let's have more babies. But look after them. I thought I should mention that because I was privileged to hold some today morning, and like a good grandmother, I felt the best thing in the world. So thank you for giving me an opportunity to practice my grandmotherhood. Now, as I end this, I want to encourage all of us, interns, if you have not opened a bank account, kindly do. We do not transact finances with envelopes or vouchers. We must have your bank accounts soonest, like tomorrow, if you can. And we have provided facilities for that. Please do. All money will go to the account. If you have no account, money shall never arrive to you. And remember also to pay for your NHIF. If you have not done so already, it is very, very important. On that, since I'll be seeing you throughout the day, today, tomorrow, and in the course of the 1 year, we are going to be with you. We shall interact more, we shall talk more, and don't hesitate to reach out if you have any issues. With those few remarks, I want to end my many words here by, again, congratulating you, interns, and be the young public servants Kenya need, particularly now when there's so much that need to be done to improve our country. Chair, it is now my great privilege and honor to welcome you to come and give your opening speech, remark, and welcome these our young men and women to the public service. Thank you.
Good morning, Kenya. I didn't hear that. The whole of Kenya is here. 1,450 wards from all the constituencies, the counties in Kenya. I think we can do better than that. That's why I say, good morning, Kenya. Good morning. Well done. Now, before I start, can I have and request my fellow commissioners to come here to the podium for a quick introduction. Commissioners, please. A climate setter, you want to join them? So that the climate stays set? Okay. Kenya, the Public Service Commission, I believe all of you have had a chance to familiarize yourself with who we are. We are who? Public Service Commission. This is a collection of individuals designated as commissioners, supported by a very, very able secretariat that make what we hear and know as the Public Service Commission. They are here standing in front of you. I will let each and every one of them to introduce themselves. Commissioners?
A very good morning to you all, our special guests, the interns, and those who have been instrumental in making this day a success. Good morning. My name is Commissioner Ambassador Patrick Wamoto. I'm happy to be here and I'm happy to be part of you. Thank you.
The Chairman, Public Service Commission, all protocols observed, all the participants present. Good morning, everyone. My name is Dr. Joyce Nyabuti, Commissioner at the Public Service Commission. And this morning, I want to wish all the interns all the best as you start this journey. I could say that your path to your career growth has just but started. Take it with the figure that it takes. And also, I don't want to finish before saying that I hope you have the fire and the passion as Kenyans. So as you go out where you will be deployed, go with the ethos of the public service and mujivunie kuwa wa Kenya. Thank you.
The chair, commissioners, all protocols observed, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. God is good, and all the time. My name is Joan Otieno, Commissioner of the Public Service Commission. I want to say I'm delighted to be here with you this morning because it's indeed a great day.
And I want to congratulate all the interns on joining the program and wish you the best moving forward in this program and also in the future. May God bless you.
Good morning, Kenya. Good morning, Kenya. My name is Andrew Muriuki, Commissioner at Public Service Commission. I also want to join those who have spoken before me to congratulate all of you for making it this far. And from what I'm hearing, I think the team this side has done their part. The ball is in your court. It's your time to shine. It is time to show that indeed when you're given a chance, when a young person is given a chance, they are capable of shining. Ama namna gani? It's your chance to shine. Make sure you are live are in the office. You don't always have to say that ni saa mbili. Come a little early, the boss always notices. When you're given an assignment, don't wait till Friday when it's due. Make sure you bring it in on Wednesday because you have the energy to be able to finish it early. Those are some of the things that makes your boss know that you are capable of shining when you are given a chance. Ama namna gani? Tuende kazini, tufanye kazi na nguvu, ndio to shine. To young people who take and seize moments when they are being given. Thank you very much. God bless you in your 1 year of internship.
Chair and my fellow commissioners, again, it's good morning. You have heard my voice. Mary Muyandi is my name. And sometimes these people refer to me as the grandmother of the internship program. So many blessings from one and only grandmother to you. And you know, grandmother's blessings are abiding. They are true from the heart. We shall work together to realize your dreams. You are much loved.
Thank you very much. Once again, congratulations. My name is Simon Rotich, the CEO, Public Service Commission. I'm also a grandfather, but we are not related with her. I'm happy. Thank you very much.
Thank you, commissioners. I'm also a grandfather. Let me be frank about that. Now, today is a special day. And I'm not going to be long standing here talking to you because your induction starts in the next 15 minutes. But what I'm going to tell you here today, what's so special, is that first, you are here. And God brought you here. That is special. Am I right? The second speciality of today's event is what you have been told by both the CEO and Commissioner Muyandi. You are the lucky 3,902 out of the 31,000 applicants. And the other speciality, I think you should clap for yourself once again. The other third speciality today is that this is the second induction that is on a hybrid format. The first cohort was on hybrid, but because we had COVID, the other three programs were virtual. This is a fifth cohort is special. It's a hybrid induction. And the fourth speciality of this event today is that you start your induction program, and tomorrow you'll have the privilege of continuing with your induction program in front of His Excellency the President. This is the first time. So I understand you belong to a generation that is called Z. Am I right? Z ndio mwisho ya alphabet, si ndio? But let's hope this will not be the last we see of this program. This is just the beginning. I do wish to recognize everybody who is here this morning, my fellow commissioners and the directors of the Public Service Commission, our champions in all MDAs, the directors of human resource, and everybody who is here this morning. Once again, a good morning. Today marks yet another milestone in the calendar of the Public Service Commission, and indeed the entire public service. In the last 1 year that I've had the privilege of leading this commission, the commission has made it a priority to address the challenge of youth employability, and has revolutionized the public service workplaces by placing interns in over 250 ministries, departments, and agencies. And these interns have been able to bring fresh perspectives and vitality while learning new skills and experiences. So, the ceremony we are witnessing here today is clearly significant, as I just told you, because you are 3,902 of you, cohort 5, drawn from each ward in this country, the 1,450 wards. This will entail a synergy and energy that will come into the service, and passion and agility from you young people in the provision of public service. I urge all of you, as you start your induction this evening, or when you have time, please read the Constitution of Kenya. Specifically read the Articles 10 and 232 of the Constitution that binds us all as a nation state and as a people. Those two articles are the ones that have made you be here today. Because if we, as a commission, did not espouse these articles framed in the Constitution, then we would fail and you will not be here today. Tomorrow, when I'm making my remarks, I'll be alluding to these two articles. And I want you to ingrain these two articles in your body and soul, the way you read the Bible. That is what will make you a Kenyan. That is what will build the next generation of Kenyans in this country. That is what will bring back the ideals of our fathers and forefathers who fought for independence for this country. Those two articles should be burnt into your hearts and souls. And those will be the ethos that you will bring forth as you go out there and serve the 50 million Kenyans that will be coming before you every day. It is what will give them hope. And when you have hope as a country, then patriotism is embedded in us. That is what hope brings us. That is what these two articles, 10 and 232, tell us. So read those. You have also been brought in an era of the information age. As I talk to here, maybe some of you are already reading the articles I've told you. Always keep them next to you. You are the generation that must transform Kenya by bringing in fresh mindsets, new values, and attitude to service and humanity. You must be the generation that turns a new page in the history of this country by focusing on the needs of our fellow citizens. So this internship program is a response to the government's pledge to provide opportunities to you young people, to launch you into the world of work. And it's now a key program at the Commission. And it's also embedded in our strategic plan after we reviewed it recently. This program also provides opportunities for college graduates, all of you are college graduates, to acquire and develop valuable technical and professional skills while gaining work experience. It also is intended to enhance youth development and creating clear linkages between education, training, and work. It will provide you with hands-on experience that will help you build upon the classroom work that you are bringing in this morning. The program will also instill in you the service doctrine, values, and ethics, which I've just told you to read like your Bible or Quran for those of us who profess in the Muslim faith. This program also establishes a database of skills available for the service for the future, which will be very important. And it also promotes inclusivity and diversity as espoused in our Constitution. So this morning, I'm happy to know that the journey the Commission started in 2019 continues to bear fruits, resulting in a total of 16,500 interns who have benefited from this program. So, what we have today, you interns, are now the face of Kenya. You represent the whole of Kenya. And that's why I greeted you as Good Morning Kenya. And I wish to congratulate you for making it thus far. Today, you'll be taken through an intensive induction program. Please concentrate, because this will determine what comes out of you after 12 months. Tomorrow, as I said, will be your crowning moment. Historically, you'll be able to meet the president, and then after that, you continue with the program. His blessings will be very critical. Your deployment was matched with your skills and qualifications in as much as possible. Please, 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 interns, you are now civil servants. What comes out of you at the end of this program will determine whether you get formal employment, whether in the service or in the private sector. Why do I say that? Ensure that your work is your godfather. Hello, Meniskia? Your work is your what? Is your godfather. Out there, don't say that Commissioner Muyandi, Commissioner Murioki, or who, or director this is my godfather. Your work is what will make you. And how are you going to do this? Please serve with honor and dignity. Serve with honor and dignity. You'll be in a place that you'll be serving the public. You will have a chance to gain an insider view of all available career paths more than your fellow Kenyans who did not make it. Think about them, the 31,000, now 27,000, the 31,000 who applied, about 4,000 made it. Think about them. They are still your fellow Kenyans, still out there looking for work. When they come to you, together with all the other Kenyans, serve them, empathize with them, and above all, serve with honor and dignity. That is what our forefathers wanted when they fought for independence. The first cohort of civil servants in the 60s, they served with honor and dignity. They were not looking for work's sake. There was a will to serve. It was a calling. And they served with honor and dignity. And that's why we are Kenyans and where we are as Kenya. So, I urge this generation that's coming in today and the ones that have come before them, those who have remained in the service and got deployed, continue serving with honor and with dignity. And I'm sure His Excellency the President will re-emphasize what I've told you this morning. As I conclude my brief remarks, I do wish to acknowledge and also thank the National Assembly of Kenya, the National Treasury, and all MDAs for their role in ensuring the success of this internship program. On our part as a commission, we also like to recognize and thank our stakeholders, APSA Kenya, who have continuously partnered with us in this program from the very beginning. They have continued to empower our interns with valuable financial management skills as part of this partnership, and they will be making their interventions in this induction program. My special tribute to my fellow commissioners who stood here for processing all of you in record time. And finally, to you interns, once again, congratulations for securing this very, very valuable opportunity. And I do wish you well in all the institutions that you serve as you begin your service this morning. So, ladies and gentlemen, fellow interns, it is my singular honor and pleasure to declare the induction program for the interns appointed under the 5th cohort of the Public Service Internship Program officially open. Thank you, and may God bless you all.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Chairperson, Ambassador Anthony Mushiri. As he takes his seat, I think we'll be upstanding kidogo. Simame kidogo tafadhali. You've been sitting for a while, and the reason I'm asking for you to stand is that you stretch yourselves. But more importantly, I want us to appreciate the Chairperson and the Commission. Tuwapigie makofi. Makofi ya kwanza ni ya Chairperson. Thank you, sir. Thank you for those words of wisdom you have given to these young people. Let's continue clapping. Thank you, Commissioner Muyandi. Thank you, all the commissioners. Thank you, the CEO. Well done. We've heard you. I'm sure you've heard them, yes? Let's be seated, please. We've heard you, and they have heard you loud and clear. So this message you've heard from the Chairperson clearly. My takeout from the Chairperson's speech was, let your work be your godfather. Have you heard that? Let kazi yako iwe ndio godfather wako. Hakuna godfather mwingine atu atakusaidia. It's just how you're going to do your work that will be your godfather. Thank you, sir, for those very strong remarks you've made. So now we want to get to the second phase of this program, which is actually listening to our resource persons, and there are quite a number. If you look at your programs, you'll notice where we are. But before I do that, may I just say we are happy to have had this morning session with the Chairperson, commissioners, and we'll be happy to have you listen through the presentations. But should you feel that you have to attend to other business, you're very free to take your pleasure. Yeah. Thank you. Let's clap for them as they leave. Thank you. At this moment, I want to invite the first presentation. We don't have a health break as such, so should you feel that you need to take a break to use the washrooms or something, just feel free to do, but do it very gently so that you don't disrupt the other people next to you. So at this moment, I want to invite the first speaker in terms of the resource persons who are making presentations to us. I want to invite Mr. Wesley Kipngetich. Mr. Wesley Kipngetich, as he comes here, I will tell you a few words before he makes it here. Wesley Kipngetich is a Deputy Director in the Public Service Commission. He is actually in charge of compliance and quality assurance in the Commission. There's issues around governance that we do in the Commission. But more importantly, Wesley is a guru in these issues around governance, ethics, and is very passionate about them. But in his other life, before he joined the commission, he began his career in the public service as a district officer. So he's an administrator of long repute. Na kwa wale ambao ni labda umri wangu, kuna ile wakati tulikuwa tunasema tingisha kidole. Tingisha. And maybe in a way to welcome him here, because that is the generation of DOs those many years ago. Tingisha tu kidole namna hivi kidole, ilikuwanga kidole ya Nyayo hayuko sasa. Lakini tunatingisha kidole ya kukaribisha Bwana Dio, ambaye alikuwa Dio wa zamani, but is not a Dio now. He is called Wesley Kipngetich. Wesley Kipngetich, tafadhali karibu utupatie presentation yako. Let's clap for him, please.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everybody. Good morning at the back. Yeah, congratulations for making it amongst the 31,000. It's no mean task. So feel privileged to be part of the service. I have a 45-minute session with you. I'll take you through the character and nature of the public service, a bit of the soft skills that you require, to join the public service and gel with the rest of the colleagues in the public service. You will find that as it is set up, the public service is a highly regulated business environment. It is a highly regulated business environment. The latitude to do what you wish and what you want is very limited. The exercise of discretion is very limited. It is checked. And it is checked by laws, rules, and regulations, including policies that govern conduct of business in the public service. So as diverse as you are, and as diverse as the organizations that you will join are in terms of the discharge of the mandates that they are vested to discharge, you will seek to understand the operations of your institution and the legislative framework that governs its operations, the policy framework, the regulatory framework, and the operational procedures within that organization. That is your first port of call. And very quickly, you will discover that this public service is a place where you can enjoy your life in it, depending on your demeanor and attitude and passion. And again, it can be a place where you can get to know the rest of the country and understand and appreciate the communities in this country in their diversity. So quickly, the key concepts in this presentation, nature, of course, is the inherent features, character, or qualities of something. So when we say the nature of the public service, we are talking about the basic qualities or features of the public service that we'll have an appreciation of. Character speaks to the same. And public service is defined under Article 260 of the Constitution as a collectivity of individuals other than state officers performing a function within a state organ. So those of you who are wondering what this public service is, the Constitution defines the public service. And the primary reference document for your work and interpretation of your work is the Constitution of Kenya. That is your primary reference document. Keep it beside you all the time. A public officer, the Constitution tells us, is a state officer or any other person other than a state officer who holds a public office. So you must ask yourself, are you as an intern a person who holds a public office? Is the internship a public office? Probably not. You are in the public service to learn, to get work exposure, work experience. Maybe you will like the public service, then you will apply for a job, and then you will hold a public office. So internship is that kind of experience that you will get to enable you get that work exposure. So the chair of the commission has actually pointed you on the right direction by telling you that your primary reference articles in this Constitution in terms of your work and understanding the nature of the public service is Article 10 and 232 of the Constitution. And this Constitution you may download in the Kenya Law Reports, create a folder of these documents, and then you'll refer to the provisions of that article. Article 10 primarily refers to the national values and principles of governance. And the national values of principles and principles of governance in Article 4.2 of the Constitution are foundational to the Republic. They are the basis of which the Republic of Kenya is established. So there cannot be anything outside that, the provisions of that Article 10. Those values and principles in Article 10 are in 4 clusters, and I want you to make it your homework to go and find out what are they. We may not go through them here, but find out what they are. The first cluster of values are on representations, human democracy, national unity, and all that, and all that. The second cluster is on human rights, human dignity, social justice, non-discrimination, and protection of the marginalized. So when the chair said, it is the reason why you are here, you have heard that part of the criteria for consideration of your appointment is that you must come from all parts of Kenya. You must be representative of all ethnic communities of Kenya. You must have 5% representation of persons with disabilities. And we must have 2/3 gender balance. That is Article 10. And then it has issues on governance, integrity, transparency, and accountability. As you discharge public services, you must discharge them with integrity, with accountability, with transparency, and with integrity. That is a requirement under Article 10. And then sustainable development. How do we ensure this country develops in a manner that is sustainable? And sustainability starts from the things around you, the equipments we talked about, that will be given to you. How do you ensure those equipments, you use them and the next person is able to use them? Even the chair you sit on, you don't break it. You don't destroy the laptop or the equipments that you are given. You use whatever it is that you are given in a sustainable manner. So sustainability is not about those big economic things we think about. It starts with the resources that are entrusted with you in your immediate work environment. Then we go to Article 232, High Standards of Professional Ethics. I'm sure some of you are professionals in the classical sense. You are engineers, you are lawyers, you are medical personnel, you are maybe in supplies, HR. Professionals in the classical definitions are people who are held to high standards of performance because of their specialized trainings. So ensure that as you render services as a professional, you are there to the Professional Code of Conduct and Ethics, and you are there to the Public Service Code of Conduct and Ethics that governs professionalism in the discharge of public duties. That is Article 232, High Standards of Professional Ethics, Efficiency, Economy. Matters of efficiency is about timeliness and cost effectiveness. As you are entrusted with work and responsibility, there will be timelines around the work, performance evaluations, performance targets. That is about time. That is about cost effectiveness of doing the work. Efficiency is about that. Effectiveness, did you attain the results for which you were assigned to do that work? And then economic use of resources is how efficiently you utilize those resources to attain that. Then again, in Article 232, we have prompt, equitable discharge of public services. Prompt, equitable, transparent discharge of public services. The biggest problem in the public service, and we want you to be the change in this public service. You know, this is your country. You are the next generation of leadership. You are the next generation of managers. Some of us are on our way out. We are grown old. Even the people will be mentoring you. Yeah, we have been here long enough. We have done that. We have done this. So we are leaving it up to you to be the transformation this country needs to see. So don't sit there and think somebody else is going to come from anywhere to transform this country. The biggest problem in the public service, again, when we look at delivery of public services, is delay in service delivery. And the biggest cause of disciplinary action, the biggest cause of dismissals in the public service is absence from duty. Absence from duty. That is the leading cause of disciplinary action and dismissals in the public service. We'll talk about that. Ensure you are not that kind of a person because it correlates with delay in service delivery. Then we have fair administrative action. Issues of subjecting people to due process, hearings, representations, and all that. And then, of course, the diversity we have talked about, that is in Article 232. So we have said that you will work as guided by policy, you will respect the institutional setup, systems and structures and practices as you work in the public service. You will also find that this public service has a long tradition running up to the colonial administration. So the things that you will be experiencing at the workplace have a very long history. We normally say, don't pull down a fence before you know why it was set up. It is good to question things, but it's also good to understand that there must have been a reason why something was put in place. If it is a procedure, there must have been a problem for that procedure to have been set up. So don't ignore it. Don't ignore it. Follow the process for doing things in the public service that governs the operations of the institutions you work in. The public service has evolved over time. It has transformed. It is not the public service that was there during the colonial administration. It is not the post-colonial public service. We have had a lot of innovations in the public service, including adoption of technology. We are looking forward to the young brains and energetic brains like you who have come to infuse your experiences, your innovation, your knowledge into new ways of doing things or transacting business in the public service. So that journey of transformation and reforms continue with your input. So this public service is live, it is organic, it is dynamic. And we are open to innovations in pursuit of excellence in service delivery. Now, as you work in the public service has working hours, as you have been told. Punctuality is very important. We had a professor who came to give us a talk here, the late Callistus Juma, and somehow that function was delayed and the organizers were apologizing for the delay, and he told us in Africa that seems to be the case, that when you are late for 1 hour, you are not late at all. And in some countries, when you are late for 2 hours, you are just on time. But some of the developed countries, you are not late, you are not early, you are just on time. Because you don't come to sit around to wait for people. You could have been doing something else. You don't come so late and then disturb everybody. Time keeping is very important, and punctuality. That is why working hours in the public service and working days are regulated. So you don't guess when you come to work. You come to work at 8, you go for lunch at 1, you come back at 2, you leave work at 5, and you work Monday to Friday, except for public holidays, which are gazetted. Are we together? Yeah, so it is not guesswork. It is not as and when you want or feel like. When you are not going to work, you must report to your superiors why you are not going to work, and you must take permission. That is why absence is absence without official leave. And it is punishable, it's a disciplinary issue. So as you start your work in the public service, it starts with how punctual are you in your duty station. And not just punctual sitting around. You will be given assignments, and you have been told by our seniors, timely delivery of those assignments. Make sure you deliver them on time. So working hours, working days are regulated, and it relates to punctualism, and that is an ethical issue, whether or not you are there to them. Professionalism is that you must render your services in a professional manner. So you start cultivating that professional demeanor of a public official. so that when people see you, there's a distinction between you and anybody else that is out there. Another thing that might have been mentioned, I don't know why this thing is not showing. Minor, where are you? Anyway, another thing that has been alluded to by two previous speakers is communication. Communication in the public service is very important, and it is also governed by rules, policies, laws, and regulations. In communication, we have two things. We have communication protocols. Communication protocols is about who are you communicating to and in what capacity you are communicating. I, for instance, cannot sign a letter for the CEO in the commission because there's an officer authorized to do that. Either the CEO does that or his principal assistant. I cannot write a letter if I'm a CEO to a minister of government. It is the responsibility of the chairperson of the commission to do that. Communication is between peers. As an intern in whatever MDA you have been deployed to, you will find that you cannot communicate on behalf of that organization. You cannot write or sign anything on behalf of that organization. So be very careful about the things you write, because when you write them, you commit government, you commit the organization. It is an officer in that organization who has issued that letter. So be wary of signing things, be wary of making communications unless you are authorized. And then there's communication etiquette. Communication etiquette is about how you address people. These are just good manners. You will find in the public service there are protocols like how you address people. You will find us referring to our seniors as sir, madam. Please address people by their rightful titles. Some people have PhDs and some are professors, and they like to be referred by their rightful titles. It is just respect, courtesy, decorum, and modesty in terms of how you conduct yourself in the public service. It is being cultured and being civilized. It is not servility. You are not a small person by referring to others as sir or madam. Are we together? Yeah, these things are disappearing. And also learn to say, excuse me, please, may I. And when you have been served or you are serving, learn to say thank you. Learn to say thank you. Don't assume these things. They can take you very far. You know, the officer who was here, Gatone, you would find when he addresses anybody, he uses the word a lot, sir, sir, sir. You know, deference to authority, deference to authority. The public service is hierarchical in the arrangements. The reporting relationships are hierarchical. And this also reflects the supervisory and appraisal relationships in an organization. So learn to respect your seniors will also respect you, and you'll have a very cordial working environment. So even how you address your letters matter. You will learn, you will look at the files, and you'll see how the letters are addressed. They are not just written like any other things. We have what is called a civil language, civil service language. Try to learn these things. When you look at government documents, government reports, they are not written in a quarrelsome manner. You don't just use any other word. The words are carefully selected. Can you please take time to learn this? And in any other organization, there is that etiquette in terms of communication. There's nothing personal about government communication. There are no quarrels. There are no arguments. Hakuna kukasirika. You are just communicating government information, government policy, and it is nothing personal. So pay attention to communication protocols. Who are you addressing, and in what capacity are you addressing them? And you have also been told in terms of reporting relationships, you report to your immediate supervisor. You will be assigned to a person you report to in the organization. Make sure you respect the reporting arrangements. You are an intern, you don't report to the CEO. You will be assigned an office and a department, and you will be told this is the person who will assist you in your work. Respect those reporting relationships. Dress code. You have been told, of course, you will get a stipend. I know our wardrobes, as we leave college, are in all manner of order because we are transitioning from being students to a workplace. But when I look at you, I think you are well turned out. All of you, you are well turned out. In 1 or 2 months, when you go to your work environment, try to look around. How are people dressed? How are people groomed? Fit into that dress culture, fit into that grooming culture, so that when clients come to the organization and they look around, they are not seeing different people. They are just seeing this is an officer of this organization. And dress code is not prescribed, but as you know, when you are in a formal working environment, you dress formally. You saw the officers who were here. They are all formally dressed. The men are in suits and a tie, and the ladies are also resplendent in the official attire. That is how we dress in the public service, and dress codes apply everywhere in the public service. You look at the policemen outside there and ladies, they have uniforms. You go to hospital, you find nurses have uniforms. It depends on what you do. You go to courts, you find the judges have robes. When the lawyers appear before the judges, in spite of my dress, my right, my choice, there's a particular way in which the lawyer is dressed, isn't it? The lawyers are well turned out in suits or those attires of theirs. And if they are not properly dressed, the judge will say, I cannot hear you, I cannot see you. And actually, they will not be heard. So don't make assumptions at the workplace about matters of dress. Personal grooming, these are things that nobody will tell you about. Personal grooming. Yeah, you know, we are brought up differently. And sometimes we have also acquired certain influences from our peers. You must groom yourself very well. Trim your hair if you are a man. Trim your beard. Brush your teeth. Change your socks. These are very difficult topics. Nobody will sit you down and talk to you about this because it is assumed by the time you are where you are, these are basics. But of course, surprisingly, in an office, you will find all manner of people, and it makes it very difficult for these heads of HR to raise these conversations amongst them. So just remember, if you are wearing a perfume, it must be around you. Don't inundate the office with your perfume. Are we together? Everybody has their perfume, isn't it? So they want to feel that smell around themselves. All these other things are matters of grooming, etiquette, that you will need to pay attention to. Integrity, personal integrity. You are expected to behave, whether in public or in private, in a manner that maintains integrity and public confidence in the integrity of the office or organization that you represent. So when people see you, whether you are in public like here or at home, they associate you with that organization where you work. Like if it is Public Service Commission, they will ask, this officer who is here, where does he work? He's yelling all over, he's drunk, he's disorderly. Then they say he works in the Public Service Commission, and people ask, now this Public Service Commission, what kind of a commission is this? What kind of people does it employ? So don't say I'm now in my private capacity, so I can do what I want. I can yell, I can beat my children around the estate, I can run around and do all manner of things. People will always associate you with the organization which you work in, and you can bring that organization into disrepute just from your private conduct. So whether in public or private, you must conduct yourself in a manner that maintains public confidence in the integrity of your office. You have been taken through confidentiality. You have been told government operates on a need-to-know principle. You will be handling or coming across a lot of documents and records in your workplace. You are expected to maintain confidentiality of those records. What you hear, what you see in the workplace, you leave it at the workplace. You don't go out there and start discussing amongst peers or groups. Don't scan documents and circulate. There are documents called internal memos. Internal memos are called internal memos because they are meant for internal circulation. And sometimes also they are restricted to the department to which that memo is circulating. So they are also not for all departments within the organization. It is not your responsibility to circulate. Even circular letters are circular letters and they are addressed to specific institutions in government. They are not meant for everybody. They are not meant for public consumption. So you will not circulate information to any other parties other than those it is meant to be circulated. So you must maintain confidentiality of information that you come across, whether written, whether verbal, so that it is not open to persons to which it should not be circulating to. Even when you hear things in an office, you don't go out there and say, I heard them say that they are going to recruit people next week. Yeah? Now you are giving information that you are not authorized to give. Giving of false information or falsification of records. That is also very unethical conduct, is an ethical breach. You are not authorized to give information that is not true and which you are also not authorized to give, or to falsify records. You must make records that are a true reflection of the transactions that are undertaken within the organization. Now, some of you could have also applied for this job, and maybe in the process you had applied for other jobs. You cannot hold two jobs in the public service. If at the time you applied for this internship, you had also applied for other jobs and you have gotten another job, you must leave either this one and take the other one, or leave the other one and take this one. But you cannot be both an intern and working elsewhere again. Are we together? Yes. And falsification of records includes your certificates. Are they genuine? Are they authentic? Should you be found to have forged documents, that is uttering false documents is a criminal offense. And I think public service has been going through the process of authentication of certificates. So again, you must be wary of that. Interpersonal relationships. How you relate to officers within the organization, you relate to your colleagues and your clients is very important. So you must cultivate very good interpersonal relationships in the workplace. How you relate to your colleagues and how you relate to the clients that you serve. And that is client relations. How do you handle clients? Because you could be working in front office business, or also you could be engaged in backroom processes. Whatever it is, how you handle your customers is very important. You must handle your customers or clients of the organization with courtesy and respect, utmost courtesy and respect. They must leave that organization feeling very happy, they would like to come back, or they would have liked to be served longer than they have been served. So you must cultivate a very pleasant and demeanor. You must learn to smile, you must learn to use the nice words, you must learn to encourage and be very supportive of the clients that come for services in your organization. That is very important. Then bullying. You know, bullying is generally intimidating people, calling them names, harassing them. You know, bullying can happen in the workplace. You are not allowed to bully your colleagues, or your colleagues to bully you, or even to bully your clients. And bullying includes the use of words. That's why I said address people respectfully, whether they are colleagues or the clients. Call them by their names. Don't call people, we mzee wa kipara. Huyo jamaa wa wheelchair yako wapi? Address people respectfully. Are we together? Call them by their names and learn people's names. It's very important. People feel good when you address them by name. Even in the work environment, the first thing you may want to do for those who work around is to learn their names. Don't call people wrong names. Yeah, I feel very bad when somebody calls me, for instance, what name? Kipkorir. You know, somebody keeps calling me that, and then I wonder, why did they get this name? Because I'm not that person, isn't it? People feel very bad when you call them the wrong name. If you don't know the name, take time, ask around. People feel very bad. When you address people, also the names in the letters, address them properly. Some people take it very personal when you misrepresent the names. Others also the salutations and the titles. They feel very bad. So yes, that is part of the decorum that you have. So bullying is not allowed generally. You cannot shout at people, you cannot call them names, you cannot harass them. You are not allowed to fight in the office. That is gross misconduct. You cannot fight. You cannot shout at people, you cannot abuse them. You must conduct yourself with utmost decorum, modesty, and you must cultivate that air of civility. That's why it's called civil service. You are civilized people. Sexual harassment. Sexual harassment is exerting pressure for sexual favors or activity. If you know or ought to know it is unwelcome. By the time you know it is unwelcome, it is too late. People are complaining. And this includes text messages, exchanging of videos. You people are very active on the social media. Be very careful how you handle the social media. Because normally sexual harassment will arise by the time people have very good relations and then they disagree and then somebody says, now they have been harassing me. And they have all those communication, texts, videos, pictures that you have been sending around. I think there's a case in court that was live and about somebody who has lost their job because of calling a young man some names. You saw that clip circulating. I don't know, baby lollipop, I do not know, baby boy. You know, those kinds of things. Sexual relationships at the workplace are generally discouraged, either between juniors and seniors, or in whichever order, because they distort reporting relationships, they distort supervisory relationships, they distort accountability. When you have that kind of relationships, you are not able to supervise properly if you are a supervisor, and it distorts everything. And people don't relate to you very well. So yes, sexual harassment is discouraged. If you are harassed, you must report to the immediate supervisor. If it is the immediate supervisor who is harassing you, you must report to the next supervisor. If it is the head of the institution, you must report to a competent authority. And a competent authority is the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission, the Commission for Administrative Justice, which exists, or even this Public Service Commission, which is the one which has engaged you. Are we together? Including even bullying. There is always an avenue for redress. Don't feel that you must constrain yourself and flow along. In the event that you are given an opportunity to be part of the official mail system, the official mail system in the organization is not meant for your personal communication. That is not where you get your electricity bills, water bills, no. That is not where you get your private messages. That official platform is just for official transactions only. So if you look at my Zimbra official mail, you will not get any private communication. So you must learn, in case you are given that privilege of being given an official email account, you must only transact official business on that account. Equally to these other platforms, social media, like WhatsApp, Telegram, and all that. You will find in an organization, there's maybe a departmental WhatsApp official group. Don't start posting funny things there. It is not meant for that kind of transactions. Yeah, they just retain it for official communication. Gifts in the public service are highly regulated, so don't accept gifts, don't give gifts. There's no such thing as free lunch. Normally people will want to gift you because maybe they want to access information for where you work, or they want to assist They want you to assist them to do certain things. So gifts are regulated, and whenever you receive a gift in your official capacity, you must declare, and it must be registered so that there's no suspicion that that gift could have been a conduit of bribe or influencing you to do certain funny things. And whenever you come across any unethical conduct, you must seek to report that conduct to the supervisor or a competent authority. I know we may not have gone through all that you need because we are just giving you what you require as interns to blend in the work environment. When you choose to be a public officer, we'll take you through the Public Service Code of Conduct and Ethics in detail, and of course you'll appreciate some of the issues in which we have glossed over. For reference, you will refer to the Constitution of Kenya as guided, the Public Officer Ethics Act, that is the act that guides ethics in the public service, the Leadership and Integrity Act 2012, the Fair Administrative Action Act 2015, Public Service Code of Conduct and Ethics 2016, and the Public Service Commission Policies and Procedures Manual 2016. These are your primary reference documents, just to start you off. They are available either on our website or the Kenya Law Report website. You can download them and create a folder. And we can also circulate them to you through the officer in charge of this program if you need them. Thank you very much for listening. I wish we would have had a session for QA, but I think as many as we are, and with the time that we are given, we want to appreciate your listening and your very attentive listening. Thank you very much, and may God bless you as you continue work in the public service.
Thank you, Wesley. Thank you, Wesley, for a good job. Was that not a good job? It was. It was a good job, yes? Tumpigie makofi tena wakati anapoondoka. Thank you so much, Wesley. Before I invite the next presenter, I have two IDs here. Michael Ngunjiri Wanjigi. Are you here? Michael Ngunjiri Wanjigi. And Eric Ismail Ojwang. Are they here? Please take care of your personal effects. We advised you earlier. These things will cost you money to get them replaced. Okay. I also have appointment letters which have been left behind. There is one for Muhwana Pauline and Wahome Angela Gadoni. You've already lost your appointment letters. You've misplaced them even before you begin your job. Please, let's take care of our personal documents. So see me after this. So the next presenter is on the program. You're supposed to have Dr. Sylvester Obongo, but Sylvester is not available because he has traveled on another assignment. So in his place, there is an able colleague by the name Joshua Miranga. Joshua Miranga is our Deputy Director in charge of performance and service delivery, who is going to give us a presentation on career options in the public service. As we welcome him, kindly let's put our hands together to karibisha Joshua. Karibu, Joshua.
Good morning. Thank you very much. I will attempt to step into the shoes of my colleague, Dr. Bongo. Basically take you through a bit of career options in the public service. And because you have expressed interest in working as an intern in the public service, we assume that given a chance you may be interested in joining and working for the public sector. The minute you graduated, one of the things that you may have noticed is that those of you who have attempted to work in the private sector or in private firms, you note that sometimes the scope of application of the knowledge that you've already acquired is in most times limited when it comes to where you can apply that knowledge that you've acquired. For example, if you are a serious engineer and you join a small firm, SME, a lot of times you may wonder, where do you apply all the knowledge that you acquired? My background as an economist, when I joined, I started working, first of all, at the university as a research assistant, and I was wondering, where do I apply all the economics that I've learned? Then after that, I worked in a private firm, what is currently Unilever. There was then East Africa Industries, and the department I was working in, actually I was not applying any of the serious economic analysis that we learned, that we used to be excited in. But then a colleague told me that if you really want to apply all the knowledge that you acquired, one good place to apply this is in the public sector. And when I found myself in the public sector, I indeed noticed that that was the only place that we could apply most of the knowledge. So is the case. Most doctors working for public service, you have more clients than you need. Sometimes in private facilities, it may not attract the kind of attention that you require for you to utilize the skills, the knowledge, and the expertise you may have acquired. So some of you may be aspiring to pursue career goals, even enhance their education to the highest level, PhD level, and therefore, so this is the scope of the presentation. I will talk briefly on these areas. And therefore, the first thing that you come across is we may keep on talking about the public service, the civil service, and the public sector. And you could be asking, what is the difference? I may not bring out that difference in this presentation in terms of clear distinction, but one thing that you may recall or that you want to remember is that when you talk about public service, you are referring to, or civil service, you are referring to those services that are rendered by government institutions in particular, or public institutions. And the difference here is when you talk of public services, they are public services that are rendered by private institutions. Yes, so there, and a good example, you can make reference to some services. A good example is education. You have education services offered by public education institutions, but we also have private institutions that offer the same. Those are services that are accessible. One of the ways to note is there should be no discrimination when you talk about public service. When you are rendering a public service and when you come on board, whether as intern or as a public servant, you should make sure that you will not discriminate any citizen who comes for that service. So that is one of the qualities that you need to remember. In addition to observing all that my colleagues have talked about, or the people who have spoken before me, when it comes to rendering of public services. So whether it is the health facilities, you are using a road, when a road is completed, everybody is allowed to use that road. Of course, there are rules, regulations that guide the utilization of those public goods and the services. So you come to a space whereby the first point of call, you want to serve in a manner that will make sure that everybody who seeks the service that you are rendering gets the service. So, and therefore, when you talk of public sector, you can include some of the specialized state agencies that have been established for that specific purpose to render the kind of services that you are rendering. You can find a parastatal, you can Kenya Power. You have to pay, but it is specialized agency to render that particular service. Then you have all manner IDs, passports, you go to the chief, there are those services, you need a police abstract. All these are services that are rendered by either public institutions, or if it is some of those others where we are sharing, then you can have the same rendered by specialized or private institutions, like I said in the case of the schools, hospitals, and the like. So the first thing that you want to remember when you talk about the public sector, therefore, is that you are serving the citizens or the people of this country. It could be nationals of other or citizens of other jurisdictions who have been given permits to live or work in our environment. So they are citizens, whether by registration or by birth. Therefore, we have a duty to serve them when they come to us. Maybe they want to start a business, they want to register businesses, they want to engage in a service that is likely to complement in government. You will recall that at Independence, one of the areas of focus is we set clear goals of what we want them to fight: poverty, ignorance, and disease. But we are still confronted with the same challenges up to this day. So as government comes up with the elaborate plans, with the elaborate mechanism to provide that service, then we are called upon and we encourage other actors who can implement government effort to come on board and work with us. But the most important thing to note is that we are there to serve others. A lot of private firms and enterprises will anchor their vision on a service to humanity, just to bring home the message. Because when you commit to serve others, it is more desirable, it is more satisfying, it is more beneficial to the broader public service or the citizenry. So when Microsoft started and they had a vision of having a desktop in every household, you know, the focus is the household, but then you factor in the profit motive. You pay for you to have that. In most of the services offered in the public service, we offer them free of charge. We don't ask you to pay. Like using the road, you walked along the road, you may not be asked to pay. Sometimes in public facilities, in schools or hospitals, you can be asked to complement that. So these are the kind of services. And therefore, when you are called upon as interns or a public servant to participate in delivering that service, one of the things you may want to consider is avoid a situation whereby you start invoking your own terms in rendering that service. If you are manning the gate and then you start asking people who are using that gate to give a token, whether directly or indirectly, that is unlike the spirit of the public service. Demonstrating the values of the nation and contribute to improving the welfare of the people. I think my colleague has talked about that extensively. Then the public service plays a critical role, which includes, but not limited to the following: promotion of social development. We can come up with the programs, with activities, with schemes that deepen any intervention that is seeking to change and transform the socioeconomic setup that you may find yourself assigned to serve or in that environment. Development of infrastructure, whether it is sewerage systems, be it the roads, be it the power lines, be it any infrastructure that is aimed at improving the welfare and enhancing the reach to the unserved and the underserved. And particularly ensuring that you do not discriminate the delivery of the same. Protecting the environment. When we talk about the initiative of planting more trees, protecting our forest reserve, making sure that every time we cut, whether for a good purpose, that we replace so that we do not deplete the resources that sustain our good environment. All these are initiatives that are better spearheaded by the public sector. Private sector, because of the profit motive, might be tempted to overexploit the resources, whether natural or renewable. And therefore, for that reason, public sector embarks in programs and initiatives that will ensure that we spearhead that socioeconomic development, protect the environment, bring about culture and the value change. Why do we keep on changing our education curriculum, for example? I went through the system of 7-4-2. It was later succeeded by 8-4-4. Now we are talking of competence-based curriculum. After doing analysis in terms of implementation of all various programs, then government comes up with other interventions to make sure that we always adjust to fit and improve the effectiveness in terms of translating into the kind of change that's desired. In addition, developing the legal and regulatory that we are seeking to cause. So as you come to the public service, you will find that the way public service is organized, you are aware, we have national and devolved system. We have the county governments that are offering public services, and the public services being rendered by national government institutions. And you are aware that the three arms of government, the legislature, the executive, and the judiciary, being part of that public sector, they all contribute to this. And therefore, both levels focus on providing these public services. So you may find yourself in any of these, but note that when you are serving under those, you are still in the public sector and therefore serving the citizen. Sometimes this public service is referred to as a bureaucracy. It's highly structured. You just don't come in and bring in your own way of doing things. We have a structure. We have career progression, a framework. There is a structured way, just like my colleague was saying. When you go to a new place, look at the way the people behave, the culture, the organization culture of that place, the dress code. So this public service is equally, so there is a high level of specialization. All professions are found in this public sector. So you'll find that we have engineers, we have doctors, we have economists, and when you talk of engineers from structural, electrical, and electronics, you will have mechanical, you'll have civil, you'll have, all these professions are required in one aspect or the other. So are other disciplines. If it's a doctor, you will have all areas of specialization in that area. You talk of economists, you'll have environmental economists, petroleum economists, health economists, all the disciplines are there. And normally, you will note that when you join the public service, you may be required to start at the entry level, and then you grow in the service. Some people take for granted that kind of establishment. That's why some say it's a bureaucracy. You can imagine, some of you who have graduated from the university, then you are given the role of ending a ministry. So we give you time. The public service is organized in a way that you will be inducted as you grow through the system to learn managerial skills, competence, and the government also offers you very good opportunity for you to learn from experience and also take you through any other training that is likely to enhance your ability to deliver. So whether you have that hierarchy, just like my colleague was saying, you cannot be reporting to the CS and you are an intern, there's a structure. Just like if my supervisor, I'm unhappy with my, there's a way I can communicate any decision where maybe I disagree with my supervisor. So there is a structure, and as you come on board, you'll be taken throughout, work through this. And of course, that is why there is time, the service gives you time to. In terms of recruitment, of course, there is a very transparent, credible criteria of bringing people on board. You saw advertisement through the channels of advertisement. There is a criteria of identifying the person who should come on board or who is qualified. Everything is done following the procedures that are laid down so that we make sure that if it is the young professionals who are determined maybe to serve and also to grow, develop in terms of career growth, from the lowest to the highest, this is the only. to both enhance your skills to deliver and perfect and improve your professionalism. Having said that, therefore the emphasis when you talk of public service, number one, the call to serve. I interact with the public institutions and I get impressed every time I go to an organization. And they're telling me, thank you very much, Public Service Commission. You posted to us very able interns. In fact, we have applied to the National Treasury to allow us to recruit some of them. And that is encouraging. When you are given this opportunity, there are those who find it as a good opportunity for them to demonstrate as the young people what they can do to serve their country. Sometimes come up with the solutions that they will find in the organizations that they will be attached. They are proactive in terms of, doing what they are assigned to do. And even when they complete one task, they don't wait for their supervisor to issue the next set of instructions. They take initiative or even bring suggestions to their supervisor. That is why some of the supervisors are giving us the kind of feedback I am talking about. They would want to be given an opportunity to retain the interns. So you have a rare chance to prove yourself as you come on board, because then that way, with this call to serve, and if you demonstrate that, then you may exhibit the characteristics of a public servant, and therefore create a good basis and ground for somebody to be interested in the kind of service and the way and the manner in which you offer the same. Citizens, and sometimes you will come across, in terms of public service, we are supposed to be accessible, transparent, and very responsive to the needs of the people that we serve. That doesn't mean that as a public servant or as an intern, you will not come across very difficult clients. Sometimes a client can come to you under influence. You understand what I mean? Either intoxicated, they are under influence of either drug or alcohol, and you have to serve them. And sometimes maybe they can provoke you to bring out the bad side of you. Again, these are citizens. We have a duty to guide them and very humbly request them to conduct themselves in a civil manner, in a way that is acceptable without interfering with the freedom and the speech of others. And therefore, in that way, we serve all. So, and driven by the need, public service is driven by the need to cause a change. If you are serving in a district, in a county, in a location, in an office, is there anything that you can influence positively? That is the drive. And you will see, as I said, the vision of the commission is to be citizen-centric. So as you serve at the various roles that we've assigned you, we hope that then you can also seek to influence and bring about change. So there are those who consider a career in public service as a profession. But even within the public service, we have all the professions that I didn't talk about. Government, of course, will remunerate you in a manner that is possible, but it may not be commensurate to maybe the standards, but by and large, from around the year The government, the land administration in this country, when the terms of service were improved, we have seen a major shift in this country of people wanting to leave the private sector and work for public sector. Previously, it was the opposite. A lot of people were leaving the public sector to go and work for the private sector, and therefore, just like in most other jurisdictions, public sector is the first point of call and the best place to work if you want to grow professionally. So all these professions are in government, and you can seek to advance your career. It's so prestigious that being given the opportunity to grow within the service can look like, for those who are impatient, might give up. I remember when I joined the service, one of my colleagues, we were together in college, and he got a job in the private sector where he was earning like 10 times what I was earning in the public service. Of course, you don't think twice. He jumped into that opportunity, but in 5 years, he was again looking for a job. And eventually, after about 15 years, I found my colleague back in the service. So what does that tell you? Yeah, these opportunities come. I've already told you that I started at East Africa Industries. I was earning 3 times what I came to earn when I joined the government. The rest is a story that I can tell you outside this forum. But the point is, you can desire to serve and work for public service and work and achieve and have a more satisfying life. Earnings and the money is not everything. If you want, ask the rich. Yeah, you can have all the money, but then it's also an honor to serve the people or the country and the government that has developed you to who you are today. You have been getting a lot of support. If you went to a public school, all the teachers were paid by this public service. Public university helped, gave you some support, and the facilities that you used are funded by the public or coffers and administered by the public service. So this is one of the things that we give. In terms of exposure, it's only in the government that you can get the opportunity to advance your skills to whatever level that you want to. Yeah, if you want higher degrees, higher education, professional growth, this is the only place that you can get that exposure in the public service. So it is a good opportunity for us to grow in the public sector. And as I conclude, I say that this is the only sector where you are given the opportunity not only to develop career-wise, to grow professionally, and more so to serve your motherland and your people. So if you are an architect, one architect who can design the kind of structures that bring about solutions that have not been provided in this country, in a given area, that is what you are called. And therefore, the opportunity we've given you is a good one for you to practice and apply the knowledge that you've acquired this duration. You serve, you put your country first, and the people that we serve first. So we are going to expose you to that environment whereby you have a chance to focus on serving your country and your people, and not just seeking the monetary benefits that you can get, and also give you the kind of environment that seeks to improve the quality of what we do and the services. When we talk of this public good, that is accessible to all, that should not be, whose provision should not be discriminated against any service seeker or provided to all. This is the rare opportunity of improving the welfare and the environment in which you operate. I thank you. Thank you very much, and I wish you all the best as you come on board.
Thank you, Joshua. Thank you. Let's clap for him again. Asante sana. Thank you, and you worked within just the allotted time, and I'm sure we are doing well on time because of that. So the next presentation, I need her to hear. The next presentation is by a very powerful lady. I think she's the first one to speak among the ones who are doing the presentations this morning. Her name is Grace Wanjiku. As she comes to the podium here, Grace works with the Ministry of Public Service as Director of Counseling Services. So as Grace comes, I was trying to introduce her. Grace works with the Ministry of Public Service as Director of Counseling Services, and she has a deep passion for issues counseling. And many of us have benefited from her services, including myself. You know, sometimes we think counseling services are for some particular people, but it's for all of us. I included, and I've been a beneficiary of that. She has done many presentations, and I'm sure you'd enjoy what she's going to do with you. And because I don't want to preempt what she's going to do, I will ask her to make the presentation, which is on emotional intelligence. But before she does that, I think we want to be upstanding kidogo. We've been sitting for a while. We've been sitting for a while, and the presentation she's going to make needs you to be very, very alert so that you miss nothing. Okay? And we are going to do a small jig. A very small one. We are all young people, so I'm sure when it comes to issues, dancing, hiyo ni kawaida. Sio ndo maisha ya vijana? I was also a young person at some day, and I used to love dancing. So we'll do a small jig, which is going to be projected here. So you will watch, it is called chicken dance. Nani hapendi kuku? Now who doesn't like chicken? So we'll dance like one. All right? We'll dance like a chicken. So we'll look at this clip that is going to be played out on the screen, and we respond to the way it is going. We just go with the motions. Akienda left, nenda namna hivyo. Akienda mbele, nenda mbele namna hivyo. All right? Okay, let's get the... At the back siwaoni, watu wa nyuma tafadhali, ama muoni. Thank you, thank you, thank you. You guys are nice people. You can actually dance. I saw my CEO here. Well done, sir. Now let's welcome Grace. Please take it from there.
Thank you. The commissioner and also the CEO, and all protocols observed. How are you? Good. Like it has been said, that my names are there. I'm Grace Wanjiko. I work in State Department for Public Service, and I'm the Director for Counseling Services. And I'm sure you will need our services. So we will be working close with you from now onward so that we can assist you in any other challenge that may affect your performance. So I'm just here very briefly, just to take you through on what is emotional intelligence, basically because it is a kind of intelligence that you really require to be able to sail through. Even as you come on board as an intern, even later on as you're employed, you will actually come to appreciate the importance of emotional intelligence because it is what will help you to sail through. And it is not just helping you to sail you through the workplace, but it's also going to help you sail through in your social life. So it is a key ingredient or a skill that you require along the way. I am aware I have a few minutes, so I'll be very fast because there will be also some activities that you may do here and there. So I will just go straight and define what is emotional intelligence, what we call EI, and it is very important you differentiate it from IQ, the normal IQ that you required for you to pass your academics, and that's why basically you are here. And to succeed in life, IQ is not enough. You require EI, and that's why we think it is important that you understand this very early. I would want to say that you are very lucky that this topic is being covered for you because ourselves, there was nothing like this. So we really appreciate the Commission for allowing us to understand about this EI because you realize even as you continue being faced with the challenges, it will make you actually to overcome the challenges that you could have, and there are many. Even being in the youth, you know, when I'm here, I'm just seeing very young people. That it itself has challenges, and you may need actually to be supported. So emotional intelligence is nothing but the ability to identify and manage your emotions and those of others. And you may be asking, what is so important about me knowing about my emotions? And you will soon realize how it is critical. This ability also enables you to relate to others in effective ways, both personally and professionally. Because we are introducing you now so that you can be the professional that is the best. And this EI will assist you. And being aware of yourself or being aware of your emotion will help you to understand that your behaviors can also affect other people. So it matters a lot how you behave. We normally say, the dress is my choice. Yeah, it is your choice, but so long as it is affecting somebody else, you may need to adjust. EI also, maybe I could put the slide there, it is set to include 3 skills, that you require 3 skills for you to say you have EI. Because I expect by now you're asking yourself, do you have the emotional intelligence? Can you actually claim that you have this intelligence? And for you to have it, you need these 3 skills. The first skill is what you would call emotional awareness. When we talk about emotional awareness, there is a lot that you need to know about yourself not about other people. By the time you are coming on board, you are so good in your technical area, but you might be surprised you don't even know who you are. And when we are talking about who you are, there are many areas that we need to push you so that you can be able to understand yourself. And the key area is your personality, because it will help you in understanding yourself so that you can be able even to be accountable to the decisions that you make. The other skill is ability to harness emotions and apply them to tasks like thinking and problem solving. There is going to be a lot of activities or interactions or relationships that you are going to have from now onward that will require you to think right. Because all of us can think, but you might not be thinking the best. So for you to think the best, you require to have the emotional intelligence. You'll also be expected to solve very many problems. And some of them actually are like dilemmas. As you come on board, you are meeting other employees who have been there before. And as you come, it is good to be aware you are meeting existing, people who are already working, and they also have another perception about you. So the way you sell yourself or the way you relate with them, it is very important. And you need to be aware of yourself. What can you do and what can't you do? Because that is very critical. Because at the end of the day, you have to make serious decisions, even on the relationships that you are going to make with the other staff that you meet in your organization. The other skill is the ability to manage emotions. Whether they are yours or other people, you are going to have a line manager who may occasionally not do what you expect. And when you feel you are pushed to the corner, how are you going to manage? Because not all line or supervisors that are angels. You are going also to meet some that you might not like. And therefore, you need this emotional intelligence to help you to navigate. Therefore, you as a person, you require these three capacities of emotional intelligence, whereby you'll be expected more often than not to be able to do self-reflection. You'll also be expected to do self-regulation and also the ability to empathize. Empathy is different from sympathy. You will realize sympathy will not help you so much. Empathy is the ability to feel as if that person, that even for you to benefit in the organization, you also need to understand, to put yourself in the phenomenological world of the people you are dealing with and be able to understand them so that you can actually be able to make the right decision. But when you sympathize, it is you feel for. When you feel for, it actually means you and the person you are sympathizing for, you are in the same boat, and you might not be able to help. There are 4 areas of EI, therefore, that we can emphasize. One of them is self-awareness, and this self-awareness is basically that ability to understand your emotion, like we had said before. But a key area that you need to note is that there is what we call 90-10 principle. This principle indicates 10% of life is made up of what happens to you. That as you come on board, there are many things that will happen to you. Even how to enter, how to relate to people, to understand what is expected of you. But 90% of your life is decided by how you react. So only a very small portion that is actually dictated to you. But you have the whole 90 that will be expected from you, how you react. And this is where now emotional intelligence come in. There is also the other side of awareness, social awareness, the ability to identify emotions of other people, and you also respond accordingly. You need to know when somebody is angry. They don't even need to tell you. You can actually pick it from the face. So that if for instance, we are in a time whereby mental health issues are a challenge, and you are somewhere and you find somebody so angered, you cannot now risk your life. You should be able actually to do many things. Because, for instance, there is no person who will hurt you, who will kill you, or who will harm you if they don't manifest something negative, a negative emotion. There is no person who will be smiling and they will harm you. So you require a lot of knowledge, and that is all of it covered in EI. There is also self-management, ability to control your emotion, and using awareness of them to stay flexible and act positively. And also, finally, the relationship management, managing interaction successfully. I want to tell you, in the workplace, you can also be faced with toxic relationship. And as you come on board, we could say generally you are new. And like I noticed in the morning there was one facilitator who talked about the unhealthy relationship that could be whatever we call sexual and also violence, harassment that you are going to encounter. And it is therefore important that you also stand your ground, so that you can be able to do only that which is right. Otherwise, you need to be empowered so that you are able not to actually accept to do things that you already know are wrong, because you are protected. We have everything to protect you, because it is important that your mental health is not affected, and we need to guard you by all means. So you don't need to feel vulnerable. You only need to know how to report that and how to take care of yourself. So therefore, what we are saying, if we were to run that first lesson, we could say that in a nutshell, being emotional is very different from having emotional intelligence. When you say you are emotional, we are actually saying you can be able to display your emotion freely without thinking about it or knowing why you have those emotions. But when we are talking about EI, we are actually talking of something different that will even make you to make very valid decisions. So it's not good enough to just say because you are able to express yourself, therefore you have EI. There are some tests that we normally use to help you to know where your EI is. I may not give it to you, but this is something that we can pass to you through your emails, and you are able to feel, and you can actually also see the score, so that as you walk along, as you join the service, you can continue improving your emotional intelligence. And therefore, if you don't mind, I could ask you to do maybe an exercise, a very simple exercise. I don't know whether you have somewhere to write, so that we can be able to understand. Maybe from it, we can be able to pick and know whether you have the EI. There is an exercise I normally like because it's straightforward. I would request you draw a cat. Hello? You just draw a cat very fast, and then we are going to use it to help you to know yourself. Because my business here is just to help you to raise your self-awareness, so that by the time you are going, you can actually know you know yourself. Hello? By now you should have finished drawing. Just get a piece of paper, because we are going to fold that piece of paper, and then you draw a cat. C-A-T, not the one for carrying things. Paka, Uchore Paka. Yes. Hello? Have you finished? I can see some resistance. Draw a cat. I'll tell you why I'm telling you to draw it. And if you have finished, you can show your neighbor. Hello? Okay, so let me use it to explain. One of the reason why we use the card, because what you have just done, that is a psychological test. And it is one of those good tests that can help you to know yourself. We normally use the cat because this is the only animal on earth that is known by all people. It doesn't matter where you come from. Nobody will say they don't know the cat. And it is also a friendly animal generally to human beings. So I want you to look at the cat you have drawn vis-a-vis the paper, the whole page. The larger the cat, the better for you. Hello? I hope you minimize the laughter so that we don't take much time. Now, assuming that piece of paper, it is the word that you are supposed to cover. Because the reason why you have drawn that cat by that size, it's not accidental. It has a lot to do about you here and now. So basically, what is the truth there is that the space that your cat has occupied is the space you have occupied so far. Hello? So if we must push you, what you are telling us is that you have not occupied your space. So if we were to employ you today and the commission would invite me so that after they interview you orally, I give you that card. Those people with the bigger cards are the ones that I would encourage them to employ. Hello? So what we are saying, that person with a small card, it means you have a lot to do about yourself. Actually, you don't know yourself. Hello? And here we are not just asking, we are not looking for your name or your gender. We already know. By you standing here, we can tell your gender, we can tell you are a beautiful lady. We are looking beyond your name. When we subtract your name and all those other things that other people have, who are we talking about? So if we must help you, because the moment you find your cat is very small, even when you come on board, you are going to be very vulnerable. So those people with the small cat, and I know they are the majority, you are already my clients. Hello? And as we move on, we need to work very close so that we can empower you, because basically a small cat means you have low self-esteem. And low self-esteem basically means you can be manipulated. Hello? So don't say you are looking for a very big problem so that you come for counseling. That is already enough material, and actually it requires a lot of sessions for you to actually be the kind of the person we require. Now, we are also looking at if you were to fold that piece of paper into 3 equal parts. Can you do that? So that you are able to see whether your cat, it is in the first part of the 3rd piece of paper, or in the middle, or in the lower. Now I'm explaining. Hello? If your cat is drawn in the first part of the paper, it actually means you are generally a very positive person. Yeah, there you are happy. Hello? So what does that mean? It means even when things are very difficult, like obviously some of you have been looking for a job for many years, you have not lost hope. And that is very important, so that you can always be able to have hope in life. But remember, if that cat is so much near the edge, uko juu, that would mean you are and yet you have not even received the first salary. You are actually calling people even now and telling them you are in the city and all those things. Then, for those who have drawn their cat in the middle, generally, it actually means you are the most realistic person in this room. Hello? So, if we had a difficult task, maybe at the workplace or even outside there, if a line manager wanted the work to be completed, it is always better if they give that task to a person who has drawn the cat in the middle. Because those one always complete the task. The optimistic one, they will always tell you the work will be done, but it might never be done. But remember, in most cases, nobody will ask you to draw the cat. I'm only helping you so that you can know yourself. Of course, if you have drawn your cat in the lower part of the piece of paper, it basically means you are a very negative person, and therefore, you require like 15 sessions. Yeah? But I am imagining there isn't anybody who has drawn there. And even if you have drawn there, then you should know where to go so that we assist you. Now, again, the way you have drawn that cat, whether the head is facing the left or right, or the cat is seated, it is again not accidental. Even 20 years, you will still draw that way. Because your personality will never change. Hello? So let's talk about those people whose head is moving towards the left. And those ones should be the majority in the room. Hello? Can we see? Those that have drawn their cat facing the left? Hello? My left is this way. Yours is this way. So don't get confused. So those whose cat head is facing this way, what it means is that you are generally a very conservative person. Or what you would call in layman language, a traditionalist. Yeah? Hello? Somebody who does not embrace change. Like now, we are trying to train you, to sensitize you, so that you can change, embrace the public service ethos, but you might find it is very difficult because you are still resistant. Actually, this group, we usually say they require literally an earthquake to change. But these people, they are also very warm, they are also friendly, they also value the eventful dates of their lives. So if you live with them and you don't recognize, for instance, their birthday, they think you don't love them. Those dates, you need to recognize them and at least tell them happy birthday. They will feel very good. But there are some personalities who don't even remember their birthday, and life still moves on. The people who have drawn their cat moving towards the right, and those ones should be very few. They should not even be more than 100 in this room. Those people, we don't require many of them. No, it is not that they are not important. It is because they are very important. If your cat is drawn towards the right, what it means, you fantasize a lot. Hello? Let me tell you the importance of fantasy. It is out of fantasy that you end up being the most creative person. Actually, you are supposed to be a think tank. Hello? By now, you should have created one or two things. So the challenge before you is, what have you created so far? You are coming in the public service. Are you going to leave us the same? You are the people who will bring new ideas so that we can actually change. Otherwise, the left people, generally, you are implementers of what the right people do. So in an organization, if we don't change, we are not supposed to actually to ask the CEO. The people who should be penalized are those people with their cat facing the right, because they are the ones that are refusing with the new ideas. However, this group of people, they require a lot of family counseling. Hello? Because anytime they are working, they are at the workplace, they have a tendency of getting lost in the work at the expense of their family. So because you are young people and you marry, always remember the tendency for you to ignore your family as you continue because of your personality is very high. Educationally, you need to seek for family therapy so that you don't lose them. Then we are looking at this cat that is drawn facing, giving us the stomach ache. If your cat is like that, we say these people, they are usually very direct. Very direct. They call a spade a spade. And as an intern, I want to caution you. Hello? If you are not careful, due to that personality, you might find yourself into problems. Because first of all, people don't like truth. Hello? And these people normally give the truth as it is. Yet, you normally, if you have a friend like this, they make you grow, but in the workplace where you are working, you have first of all to learn. Because you might destabilize by just your personality. It's not that it's anything wrong, but you need to give yourself time to learn. Otherwise, we are not saying you don't become yourself, but you need to repackage your truth, because most people are fake and they don't like the truth. And they always feel like you are stepping on their toes. Now, I want you to look at the number of legs that your cat has. And this is where now we have the emotional intelligence. Hello? Hello? If your cat has 4 legs, and don't say they are on the other side, it means you have the emotional security here and now that is required to provide you with the mental health. If the legs are 2, you uko na upungufu kiasi. Hello? And it is worse if the legs are not there. If the legs are not there, please make sure before you go home, you talk to us. Because there is something very wrong with you. Hello? So, and that is something that you need to be reflecting on. And then you can also look at the face of the cat you have drawn. That is your face. Do you like it? Hello? Does the cat have the eyes? Does it have a nose? Does it have a mouth? Is it smiling? Good. If your cat is like that, we are happy. But if your cat is sad, it actually means you yourself, you are the one who is sad. Then you can focus on your ears. The larger the ears are, the better. That shows your ability to listen. Hello? I know some of your cats don't even have the ears. Therefore, what we are saying here, you might carry very little. And if you want to sail through in the service or even in life, one of the best skills that you need to have as a young person is what we call active listening. You learn more by listening than talking. That's why you have 2 ears and 1 mouth. It's not accidental. Hello? You need to sharpen your skill of listening so that you can grow. You need to listen to yourself first. If you have a lot of stress, you should know it fast. It shouldn't be it is your line manager who is telling you now you need to go for counseling. You should have known before. Listening, very important skill, which majority of people don't have. You need to differentiate between listening and silence. And I don't know what now you are using. Are you silent or you are listening? Hello? How does somebody who is silent look like? Those 2 skills are there is time for you to be silent and there is time for you to listen. It's a whole big topic that maybe you require because it's related also to emotional intelligence. There is also the way you have drawn that cat. If it has a lot of details, for instance, you have put the whiskers, you have put the crows, you have shaded, it basically means you are a detailed person, you are good in analytical skills. And if you are studying standard 1, I would encourage you to pursue science subjects. Hello? Unfortunately, we are telling you when it is late. When we have already made a mistake. If your cat is very plain, it basically means you are naive. Hello? You are very good in your technical area, but you don't know anything else. At life, for you to be successful, you need to be an all-round person. All of you don't need to be engineers, but you need to have the basic of engineering so that when these bulbs at your home, they are not there, you don't stay in darkness. You also need some skill, like basic counseling skill, so that when you will be relating with the opposite sex, because we need to tell you, if you are between the age of 24 to 35, and you are looking for a job, which is the case now, you also need to know that is the right stage for you to marry. Hello? If you don't marry within this age, you need counseling. Because if you wait until you marry when you are 40 years or 50, you'll be doing the right thing at the wrong time. And you are our children and we must guide you. So what is it that would make you to walk on this earth for 30 years and nobody recognizes you? Hello? So that's another concern, because even as you come to work, you must always remember family is more important than work. And when you retire, whether it is at 60, retirement basically means we are sending you back to the center. And the center is the family. So family is the only institution that will never leave you. And you must invest in it. And you require a lot of emotional intelligence, even to raise that kind of a family. So I'm also speaking to you so that even as you work, ensure you are becoming intimate to somebody and you are actually starting a new family. And for you people, we are hoping you will have better family than us, because now you can be well guided. We also focus on maybe for this person who have drawn the cat that is very plain, the reason why you could be very naive or else emotional. Normally, you'll find these people are generally very emotional, not emotional intelligence. And you could be emotional basically because you are second born. Second born are the most emotional people on earth. Hello? Just because you are second born, therefore you are emotional. Because second born are born in their family to provide the emotional support their family require. When things are not working in their family, you are the one who cushions that family from breaking. And if you are not careful, you can actually develop some mental illness in the struggle to help the others. Hello? Second born. And second born, they are the only people who can fully empathize with your situation. They have the best ability in empathy. So when it comes to emotional intelligence, you should score very high. But in terms of the challenges that are there in this country, when you are second born, you are more vulnerable. In fact, if we went to Mathare, you were to ask those people their birth order, I'm almost sure a majority will be second born. So what are we saying? If you are second born, you need more counseling than first born. That's what we are saying. Who determines your birth order? It is only your mother. Your father has nothing to do with your birth order. So if you want to know it, just consult your mother. Because you could be saying you are firstborn, but ideally you could be thirdborn. Hello? A firstborn is always driven by productivity. The need that drives all firstborn, whether black or white, is to produce. And that's why firstborn do very well at the workplace. Because workplace, its output is productivity. Firstborn already have it. Secondborn, it is not about productivity. It's all about emotions. Hello? It is to provide that emotional need that is very important when we are relating with the people. Thirdborn, you provide the relationship need of your family. If I wanted to know how your mother relates, I don't need to see them. I need to study your thirdborn. And they will tell me how your parents were relating. Fourthborn, your need is unity. The work of fourthborn is to bring people together. Cohesion. In fact, you should work in cohesion commission. Hello? That is the best. Fifthborn is another name for firstborn. 6, second. 7, third. 8, fourth. 9, firstborn. And the birth order has a lot to do with your personality. And you need to understand that. I'm just giving you this so that you can understand yourself and you stop blaming the weed or anything else. You need to know the problem that you have currently is more from you, from your inability to understand who you are. And the far you go depends on the insight you have about yourself. Because all this will help you to manage stress, the normal stresses of life that you are going to have along. And one of them, the major one, is not even the workplace, it is relationships, which I am sure already you are struggling with. The last one, about that card, it is let me say the tail. Does your cat have the tail? Yes. How long is it? The longer it is, the better. If it is very short, it could signify that you are already having some deficiency. Hello? Of some kind of quality laugh from your family. That is a pointer on the kind of the family you are coming from. Hello? It could actually mean your family is already struggling, it is not healthy, it is dysfunctional. and there are some characteristics that are known that can actually tell you whether your family is healthy or not. When you come from home and your family is not healthy, you come at workplace with a baggage of stress. And very early in the morning, instead of you delivering, you will find a lot of challenge. And that's why you need to, to actually be able to deal with the stresses from the family so that you can relieve yourself to be able to perform. And this is very important. I think that one is good enough, but I would advise you scan that picture and maybe keep it in your email. The day you come to visit us, we can start there. Now, with emotional intelligence, we are saying, follow your heart, but take your brain with you. Because it is when you deal with your emotional intelligence that you'll also now be able to have rational thinking. Emotions crowds reasoning. It is when you deal with those negative emotions that now you can be able even to make very good decisions. Now, there are specific steps that you can use to improve your EI. The first one, you must acknowledge your emotions. If you are angry, you should differentiate that from sadness. Because the outcome of anger is not the same outcome with sadness. For instance, any person who gets depression, they will always have these two emotions. If you are good in keeping anger and you don't manage it, what was done to you 10 years ago, it is still affecting you. You are preparing yourself to be a candidate of depression. And there is always that hanging sadness on the face of somebody who is going through depression. And as young people, this is one of the mental illness that you really need to guard yourself away from, because it is becoming very common. Right now in our country, we are being ranked number 5 in Africa with people who have more people with depression. And a big number of those people are youth. So you need to take care of yourself, because the moment you have depression, your life actually becomes so disorganized and you may not even be able to perform. So always ask yourself, what is your emotion? What is your major emotion? There are only 4 emotions that you should really be worried about. The major one. We have anger, we have fear, we have hurt, and guilt. So if something happened to us now here, it is going to divide us into 4 groups. There is a group that is going to be angry, another one will fear, another one will feel guilty, and another one will feel hurt. Yet the event is the same. That is how people are. Let's say a good example. A snake, a big snake falls from the roof. So there is a group here who will feel very angry that they were brought in a tent where snakes come from the roof. Hello? But there is also another group that will be very fearful. They will manifest the emotion called fear. And this one might run away or sit on the chair or even go towards the snake to kill it. They are going towards the snake does not mean you don't fear. That is how you respond. You fight. Then there is a group that will feel guilty. Maybe you will say, the reason why the snake came is because yesterday my mother called me and I did not respond. That's why the snake was coming. Hello? And of course, there's also those that will feel very angry and all that. But the event is the same. Acknowledge your emotion, and you must know it, and know it by name. Don't say, I feel bad. There is no feeling called bad. You need to have a list of emotions, so that if it is joy, you talk of joy, not happiness. Because joy and happiness are not the same. The second thing, differentiate and analyze emotions. And this is where now you need to read more. What is the outcome of you harboring anger for a long time? It normally graduates to bitterness and finally to rejection. By the time it is rejection, you start blaming yourself. The third thing is accept and appreciate those emotions. People who, whenever bad things happen to us, we are supposed to have those negative emotions. So first of all, accept that is how a normal human being behaves. If you lose a loved one, it will be abnormal for you to be laughing. Actually, you are supposed to be in a shock. You are supposed to manifest denial, to go into denial mechanism. You are supposed to be angry that God has allowed death to come to your loved one. Those are normal feelings. But if you fight against them, then you will not be able to move to the fourth stage. Reflect on your emotions and their origin. I am angry. How did it start? What normally makes me angry? It is about you, not other people. And therefore, learn how to handle emotions. And the best, there is no hospital whatsoever on earth where you can be taken so that your emotions are treated. That is the most unfortunate thing. The only way to deal with emotions is to appreciate the power of verbalization. You must talk about it. And that's why counseling is a talking therapy. When you come and say you are angry, you must talk in depth, about that anger. Because that's the only way anger will leave you, by narrating, by describing, by talking about it. So if you are angry today, because maybe there is this boyfriend who has booted you, and you are just keeping quiet, you are doing nothing about it, the anger is still destroying you. If you must not tell anybody, look for a mirror. Hello? And look at that person there and speak to that person. You must verbalize. That is the importance of you understanding how emotions are handled. Also, it is also good, finally, to also not just handle your emotion, but also learn to handle emotions of others. Because we are living with others, and some of these relationships are very important. When you live with a line manager, and they have that short temper, because you need your supervisor more than the supervisor needs you. Hello? Therefore, you need this emotional intelligence to be able now to benefit from that hot-tempered supervisor. Because at the end of the day, we say there is no human being who is allergic to laugh. So if you can deal with your emotion and learn to appreciate them, they will always identify you as a good worker. You are not called a good worker simply because you are very good in your technical area. Everybody who is here, you are already expert in your technical area. For us to say you are a good worker, you must have the human relation skills, which nobody has taught you so far. We are sorry, because our curriculum has not helped you to do that. So EI will enable you to have a better and a deeper understanding and our awareness, some high-level awareness about yourself. And these are key variables that you definitely find handy. Now, I have those pictures for you there. In other words, when you are dealing with the people, the face of the people that they manifest is very important to you. You are supposed to look at a face and know what kind of emotions they are emitting. Yeah, and you should not confuse. Those are the 6 universal emotions. Like obviously, if you look at happiness, even the eyes, they are called what? This eye reads, and the mouth. Everything tells you, it can be able to help you to understand what that person is going through, even before they start talking. So the benefits of EI, therefore, is that you will find that it will help you to know and also understand yourself, which means you will be able to make decisions. Because from now on, there are many decisions that you'll find yourself being required to make, not necessarily just waiting for somebody to make those decisions for you. That is the way things will be. So we could say that at the workplace, emotional intelligence will always help you to enhance cooperation and to help you to work as a team. You will become a good team player. It will also help you to manage stress, because at the workplace there is stress. Stress is all over. Even where you are coming from, there is stress. And also here we have workplace stress. And you need to have what we call work-life balance. And emotional intelligence will assist you. It is also, research also indicates people with the high emotional intelligence, they always perform very high. So if you want to be a good performer, you have no other way but to ensure that you cultivate your emotional intelligence, and that will actually make you sailing through the system very easy for you, so that you can actually grow as a person. It also will lead to job satisfaction, success, and also retention. Like you are being told earlier, that if you are going to actually work and you are a good worker, there is somebody who will identify you, and they may even want to retain you even before something else, even before you are looking for those jobs, simply because you are different. Emotional intelligence actually make you not just to be uniform, just like any other person. It will help you to create a healthy work environment. It will also help you to inspire others. What portion of decision you make is determined by your EI. So it is always known that we decide 100% of everything emotionally, then spend hours, weeks, and months justifying them logically. And sometimes we make a lot of mistakes. But study indicates that 67% of all competencies deemed essential for higher performance are related to emotional intelligence. 65%, I mean 7. Therefore, this is a key ingredient that we all require. EI matter twice as much as one's technical knowledge for higher performance. So you will never score high simply because you have the technical skills. You will need to add something for you to have higher performance. I have a table here which I will not take you through, because we can send you this presentation so that you study slowly and be able to see, so that from those explanations you can know where you are leaning. Do you have low EI or high? And there are examples that will help you to know where you are, and you start working on it, just because of time. Now I'm almost ending. How does low emotional intelligence show up at workplace? One of the things that comes out clearly is where you find a lot of blaming others. When people have low EI, they tend to blame others. And I hope as you come on board, you will not start now blaming everybody and the system. You need to actually reflect. If you have low I, you always have this victim statement. You always even act as a victim, as a martyr. You know, you always feel you are the one who is being pushed down. And obviously we can pick that from your language. If only this both can be transferred. Yeah? So because you want them to be transferred so that you think now things will be okay, but it is not so. The one who is coming might be worse. So even if you are to be transferred, still it will not help until when you work on yourself. Complaining to everyone about someone without directly addressing it to that person, where you go telling other people instead of going and sharing what you think about that person. And that sometimes amounted to what we call office gossip, which is down there. Office gossip, character assaults, office politics, drama, jealousy of others. You become very vulnerable when you have low intelligence. And you actually find yourself in that business. The inability to hear critical feedback. In the workplace, you are supposed to constantly get feedback through appraisals. And if you don't have high emotional intelligence, even when you are assessed, you will actually not eat that evening. Because you'll be so angered, it will arouse negative emotions. Yet, feedback is very important. Feedback, so that you can always improve. Diverse opinions are not welcome or valued. People tend to be very passive. There is what we call passive aggression, whereby people are not talking, but maybe they are doing nothing. They are supposed to work. They are supposed to do something, but they are very passive, but very aggressive. It is very common, especially when somebody has low emotional intelligence. Lack of gratitude, respect, appreciation of others. Very important. If we can learn to appreciate what we have, to appreciate other people, we can make a better environment even where we are working. Managers sometimes also don't listen and become out of touch with those they lead when they don't have EI. Finally, just as a summary, if you want to improve your EI, we have said you must look at your self-awareness. How much do you know about yourself? It's like you are doing a SWOT analysis. Even your weaknesses are very important so that you work on them. You must also be a person who is ready to self-regulate yourself. You must also have some intrinsic motivation. Don't always want to be motivated by others, by what other people say. They might not say something good about you. That is extrinsic motivation. The best motivation, it is the intrinsic. Before you wake up you leave your house, it is always good to have a meeting with yourself. Look at yourself. Talk something positive about yourself. Yeah, you can actually tell yourself, I'm very smart. Hello? So that once you come at the workplace, if nobody tells you you are smart, that is their problem. You already told yourself, and you will spend a good day. But if you are not going to motivate yourself, there are very many things that can distract you and can make you actually to be moody and even not to be able to perform. Ability to show empathy, I have emphasized empathy, and also you need some social skills, what we even call life skills. Very important. When you borrow something from your staff mate, and you are very creative, you come up with those skills of borrowing that money. It is also important that you keep a promise, because if you borrow 5 people and you are not paying back, you start making for yourself a very toxic environment, and they will label you and you will feel like you are not part of them. That's why you need these social skills. Be honest, not only to others, but to yourself. A very simple skill, but very important. You need these social skills so that you can even have that integrity that is required, even as we move on. So basically, those are some of the things we can do, and you have more notes. They are there that you read for yourself. I even have a photo there for you that helps you to understand that whatever you will do, whatever you will say, people will always find something to say. And they might not say something to help, to please you. Therefore, you must be the first person who knows what you need to do. And you read through. And lastly, no one is born happy, but everyone is born with the ability to create happiness. And we are saying, be the change you want to see in your workplace, even as you come on board. So I wish you all the best as you join us, and may God bless you.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you for that very hilarious. Wasn't that hilarious? Or is it only me who feels it was hilarious? I could hear you guys laughing all the way. I don't know why. Was it because of the cat? So many of you know your personalities based on what the illustrations she's been able to give to us. Thank you so much, Grace. It's always refreshing listening to you. Your presentations always come, I've listened to you many times, but all the time I hear this, it looks like it's just the first time I'm listening to this. So thank you so much for being able to present it so powerfully. So the last presentation that we have is the only one that stands between us and lunch. But it's about money matters. And I'm sure money matters, no matter what it is, lunch can wait, Amma? Money matters, lunch can wait. No. Come on. Money matters, who doesn't want money? And when you hear it from Psc, those guys are the ones who've kept the money for the last 25 years. I can tell you they are very honest. I'm not pitching for them, but I'm just telling you that they've kept my money for over 25 years. When I started my career, like where you guys are, that's where I put my money. And up to this moment, they still keep my money. I'm not trying to tell you to go there. I'm just telling you what my experience is. But they'll come and tell you their own story. So we're going to have a presentation on developing and sustaining a culture of personal financial management, which is going to be given to us by Psc Kenya. Psc used to be called Barclays Bank. How many of us have accounts with Psc or Barclays Bank? Commissioner Muyandi has an account. I also have an account with Barclays Bank, and I'm happy so to do. Psc, these guys don't have accounts with you. Speak to them. Speak to them. Peter Mutua. Where is Peter Mutua? Come and speak to these guys. They don't have accounts. It's up to you to see how you'll get them. Peter Mutua is the Customer Network Director at Psc. And then he will be sharing this presentation with Gunilla Ouko, who is the country head of sales at Psc. Karibu-san.
Thank you. I think that presentation by Madam Grace was very exciting. And I don't know whether I need to show my cat. At least mine had 4 legs, had big ears, so I may not need to see Grace after this session. So my name's Peter Mutua. I'm the Customer Network Director for Psc Bank Kenya. And I'm very excited to be here today. The Ambassador Anthony Mwaniki Mushiri, the chairperson of the Public Service Commission, the commissioners of the Public Service Commission. I still see Dr. Muyandi with us, the grandmother of this program, as she said, and I can confirm that we've walked the journey with her since 2019. I've seen her participate in all the forums from the year 2019 through the COVID period up to now, and I'm excited to see her still very passionate in empowering interns across this country. Dr. Simon Rotich, the CEO of the Public Service Commission, your fellow directors and the leadership of the commission, the HR directors and heads of HR present from different ministries, the interns, my colleagues from Psc, good afternoon. I think on behalf of Psc Kenya, I am greatly honored and delighted to join you today as we induct the 5th cohort of interns under the Public Service Internship Program, a transformative platform for Kenyan college and undergraduates to develop valuable technical and professional workplace skills. From the onset, allow me to say congratulations to all the wonderful and ambitious young men and women across the room this afternoon. I am sure the journey has not been smooth sailing, but you have made it past the rigorous selection process, and therefore, you deserve a big round of applause. Today's event is unique in its own ways. Seeing this is the first physical induction exercise that has been conducted since the advent of the COVID-19 pandemic 3 years ago. Without a doubt, the pandemic was a tough period, especially for the young men and women joining the workplace. Studies have shown that the COVID-19 pandemic dealt a heavy blow to youth employment across the globe. It's estimated that 40 million people who would have had a job in the absence of the pandemic did not have one at the end of the year 2021, worsening the youth unemployment trends across Kenya, but also across the world. I must appreciate the Commission for continuing to create opportunity for our youth through this program, even during the pandemic. Despite the challenges, we witnessed amazing creativity in businesses across different sectors of our economy, and our youth, as well as a shift to digital economy, which shows the great resilience that our youth possess. At APSA, we refer to this as the Africanacity spirit, that distinct African ability to always find unique ways to get things done. And I want to once again applaud all of you for demonstrating your Africanacity throughout the entire journey to the point you are seated here this afternoon. As an organization, we pride ourselves in being a force for good in the communities we operate in. We do so in full recognition of the fact that our success and the prosperity of the community are intrinsically interlinked. We are therefore delighted to be a major partner in the public service internship programs for the last 5 years since 2019, funding the induction for various cohorts, supporting on training coaches and mentors, provision for free training, for free financial training to the interns during this induction, among other things. And we will be doing that as well through this cohort. Distinguished young men and women, on the same breath, today, as we celebrate the success of your selection process into what is going to be the start of a successful career journey, I want to spend a few minutes to just highlight some nuggets around the all-important topic of personal financial management. I choose to highlight this to you because it's important as you start earning a salary, however large or small you may think it is. Undoubtedly, as young men and women on the journey of life, managing your money effectively is a crucial factor in achieving your financial and personal goals. Renowned leadership expert John Maxwell once wrote, and I quote, "The toughest person to lead is yourself." Therefore, it is important to consider some personal financial management wisdoms that have been shared over time, but which remain important even today. 3 key principles that have helped me, that I believe you can borrow from and apply. Firstly, always create a budget. This means figuring out how much money you have coming in the month and how much you are spending and saving or investing. A good rule of thumb is the 50-30-20 principle, or budgeting for the income you receive. 50% goes to needs, 30% to wants, and 20% for savings and investments. If you follow this rule consistently, you will be well on your way to building financial security. Second, it is future by building an emergency fund. Life is unpredictable, and unexpected expenses can arise at any time. To prepare for these situations, it's important to build an emergency fund that can cover at least 3 or 6 months of your expenses. Thirdly, start saving for retirement. And I know this sounds very weird to you. However, let me say that it's never too early to start thinking about retirement. Warren Buffett, the American business magnate, investor, and philanthropist, once said, "My wealth has come from a combination of living in America, some lucky genes, and compounded interest." Lucky genes may not be out of our control, but compound interest is a powerful tool that anyone can use to build wealth. The earlier you start saving, the more your compound interest will be. My APSA colleagues in the house today, and we have many, and tomorrow, will help show you. I'll ask that you create time and speak to them. Ladies and gentlemen, as APSA, we are persuaded that training and education is the catalyst of a positive social and a tool for unlocking the potential that exists in our youth. That is why education and skills development are among the key pillars that guide our activities and our sustainability and citizenship strategy. As part of this, we have a ready-to-work program that helps close the skills gap between academia and the job market, which requires graduates to complete in-service training at their new workplaces. We appreciate the importance of properly preparing tomorrow's leaders, and this program provides young adults with the necessary soft and professional skills to assist them in making the transition from higher education to the job market as employees or employers. We have so far reached over 300,000 Kenyan students in the last 5 years. We have been running this program, and we want to reach out to at least 1 million youth by the year 2025. This is why we are proud to be part of this program by the Commission. Let me also mention that as strong believers in the potential of our youth, we are not only committed to providing them with the financial resources they need, but also the skills to manage those financial resources. We have done this in partnership with like-minded stakeholders such as Ajira Digital and the Kenya Private Sector Alliance, KEPSA, through the already mentioned Ready to Work program. Furthermore, and as part of our partnership with the Public Service Commission, I am proud to announce that APSA Bank approved an unsecured limit of Kenya shillings 50,000 for every intern here today that will be accessible once your payroll is released. Yeah. So you sign up with APSA, you open an account with APSA. At the moment your payroll comes through, you will be able to access a facility of 50,000 where you don't need to provide any documentation, to help you buy a phone, to help you buy an iPad, to help you buy the necessary things that you need. We will also facilitate the opening of APSA accounts with 0 monthly charges. Is that exciting? Yeah. So make sure that you open an account today. Yeah. So we will also facilitate opening of APSA One account with which has 0 monthly charges, no minimum balance requirement, and same-day salary processing. When the Commission releases the payroll to us, we will release the money into your account, your salary, the same day. Yeah. And this account will provide you with a simple way to get things done, while meeting your daily financial and banking needs. I encourage you all to reach out to my colleagues in the room and sign up to join APSA. We pride ourselves as leaders in the digital space. So we have an online digital account opening portal. If you go to the tent at the back there, you'll see a link that you can connect to and open your account without filling any form, without having to sign anything. So we have two options. You can sign up for the forms, and I know a lot of you have signed up, or you can open through your phone digitally, and you'll be able to get your account number on the spot. Before I forget, and maybe this is the fourth point that I should have shared with you, our interns, as you progress further in your careers, I will urge you to consider home ownership. And this is something that if I got an opportunity at your age, I think I would be very, very far. Yeah? I'm sure you've heard about affordable housing that the government continues to talk about. It's a reality. Yeah? Across all the counties, if you look at the manifestos and strategies by all the counties and the national government, affordable housing is one of the key things that is, has been shared. And we have properties, affordable housing propositions that will allow you to access your own house. Immediately you start working and immediately you have a salary. Yeah? Houses going as low as 1.8 million shillings. And if you compute running for 25 years, repayment period of up to 25 years, if you compute the repayments of some of those properties, the amount is lower than the rent you would pay in a house in Nairobi. So why would you go paying rent instead of using the same to own a house for yourself at this age and become a landlord some few years down the line? So I will challenge you, immediately you start working, please don't rush to buy a car. Rush to own a house and remove the headache of a landlord every month coming to knock your door. Am I loud and clear? Please create the opportunity to see what is happening in the affordable housing space. And we have colleagues that can share with you. Immediately you join APSA, we have channels that will keep updating you on what is happening, and there are other opportunities in that space. So I urge you all to reach out and talk to us today and discover the range of solutions we have for you to bring all your possibilities to life. You can also visit our branches closest to you, or alternatively contact us through our digital channels, our website, social media, and other channels. We have 84 branches across the country, spread across all the counties in Kenya. Outside Kenya, we are in 12 African countries. And just to give you a view, APSA Bank is the third largest bank in the continent. It's the third largest bank and strongest bank in the continent of Africa. So please take an opportunity to join us, and we will support your journey to financial success. Ladies and gentlemen, as I conclude, I would like to reiterate our commitment as a bank to continue collaborating with institutions such as the Public Service Commission towards equipping our nation's next generation with the necessary marketable skills for social and economic independence. This firmly aligns to our APSA purpose of empowering Africa's tomorrow together, one story at a time. Once again, I extend my gratitude to PSC for hosting this event and choosing APSA to be part of this great program. To the interns that form the 5th cohort of the Public Service Commission program, I challenge you to aim high in all that you do and reach for excellence as you step into the world of work. Asanteni sana, and God bless you. At this juncture, I will invite my colleague, Gunilla Ouko. Gunilla Ouko is the head of sales. So the teams that you see around engaging you report in her space. So she's our country head of sales, and she'll take a few minutes to speak to you. Highly appreciated for listening to me. Please take the opportunity to join APSA. You'll be in a safe place, you'll be in a great bank, and you will enjoy. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I can't hear you. Good afternoon. I want you to do something very small. Can you stand up? Get a neighbor, get a partner. Hold someone's hands. Yes. Do you have a partner? Everybody? You can all hear me? Okay. I want you to tell this to your partner. Say to your partner, partner, what is your why? Partner, what is your why? Look at them again and say, partner, what is your why? Sit down. No, don't say that one. Okay. So, I want to really appreciate each and every one of you, and I want you to just pay attention. Just give me a few minutes of your time as we speak. And I started with telling you to ask your partner, what is your why? This is a question that you're going to answer from today onwards. What is your why? Why are you here? If you have a notebook, and by the way, a tip that I want to give you, always have a notebook and a pen wherever you go. A great idea can come when you're in the matatu and you have not written it down, you forget. A great idea may come in the night when you're sleeping. By the time you wake up in the morning, you have forgotten. Always have a notebook and a pen. And when you write it down in a book, it stays. The mindset, the mind tells the hands that that's a very important idea. So you retain it. Are we together? Are we together? So let's go back to our why. What is your why? Why did you apply for this role? Why did you go through the process of the interview? Why have you taken this job? What is your why? If you answer your why, that why is going to keep you in this place, is going to keep you in this job, is going to cause you to excel, or depending on what your why is, you might not stay. You must answer your why. What is your why? For example, if my why is I want to be able to get into this job, this role, excel in it, get into the public sector, and ensure that I grow my career so that I can be able to build my parents a house. That is a why. I want to go back to school. That is a why. I want to be able to take my children to a good school. That is a why. What is your why? Why did you take up this role? Are you hearing me? Please let me know. Are you hearing me? Yes. You must answer your why, because sometimes when it is difficult for you, as you're starting your career, sometimes it will be tough. But your why will get you up in the morning. You get me? You may have a tough boss. You may have a bad boss like the examples you are being given, but that why will wake you up in the morning and you will get to work on time and you will deliver. You must answer your why. What is the reason you have taken this job? Is it because there are no jobs? Is it because there's no other option? You must answer your why, because that why will give you emotional energy, will give you tenacity, will give you resilience to push yourself to excellence. So if you forget one of the things I've taught you today, do not forget your why. What is your why? That why is going to give you longevity. That why is what you're going to keep on focusing on until you get to the highest level of whichever direction of career you want. And I want to let you know something. It is not your boss who is responsible for your promotion. It's you. We are our enemy or our best friend. That's why you have to answer that why. What is your why? What is your why? Please ensure that you make it very clear on what your why is. When it's clear in your mind, I'm telling you, nothing will stop you. Nothing will stop you. Whenever there's a challenge, you will excel in it because you have a why. Think about, imagine if your why is to build for your parents have taken you to school, they've sacrificed so much for you to be where you are today, and you want to build for them a permanent house. And that becomes your why. I'm telling you, nothing will stop you. If that is your why, you will work. You will give your best. You'll come to work on time. You will produce results. Do you agree with me? Yes. You must know your why. Say, I must know my why. Yes, that's the first thing. The second thing, before I go to the financial piece, the second thing I want to tell you, colleagues, I'll call you colleagues, is that it doesn't matter where you start. Say with me, it doesn't matter where I start. I can't hear you guys. It doesn't matter? Okay. What matters is what you do with where you start. So today you have started as an intern. What are you going to do with it? What are you going to do with it is what matters. Are you going to waste it? Are you going to use it as a stepping stone to where you want to go? I want you to remember, it doesn't matter where you start. It matters what you do with where you start. Are we together? Yes. So I'll talk to you a bit about personal finance. Yeah? I heard that you're going to be paid some money. I think it was 25,000 shillings. Man, you guys are lucky. That's not where I started. I think when I started, we were being paid 400 shillings a week. I know somebody saying the cost of living wasn't high. Yeah? Let me tell you, it doesn't matter where you start. It matters what you do with where you start. You start with that 25,000 shillings, you can do so much with it. Yeah? Because what matters is what you do with it. So, personal finances is just the process in which you use to plan, to manage financial activities such as your income. Yeah? So, that income, how do you generate income? How are you spending that money? How are you saving? How are you investing? How are you protecting what you have worked for? That is personal finance. And that 25,000, colleagues, is a lot of money. If you use it properly, it starts in the mind. If you start thinking it's small, then it's going to be small. But if you think and say, what can I do with what I have in my hands? That 25,000 is what you have in your hands. What can you do with it? Why is it important for us to have to pay attention to our finances? Number one, you gain understanding of your financial situation. It helps you make the most of your income, and then you don't live from paycheck to paycheck. You get salary like this, you get excited. I remember when we used to be in campus, there were some classmates of mine. Interestingly, they were men. When we just got that money, you'd never see them in class. They would not be in class. It's like the money would itch them. They only come back when the money is over. You're not going to be like that, isn't it? Are we together? We are going to manage our finances. When we get that salary, we are going to invest it. We are not going to, when you get salary like this, you don't show up at work. That's not what we want you to do. We want you to be very, very organized. Yeah? The second thing, expenses rise to meet income. So I heard some of you saying that the cost of life today is high, and maybe the money seems small. By the way, the money is not small. What is small is our ability to create other sources of income. What are you doing with yourself today that will help you make other sources of income. For example, today, there are so many skills you can do. You can transcribe. There are so many things you can do to generate for you more income. So if you choose to increase your expenditure, you have to increase income. How will you support that expenditure? You have to think about increasing income. If you increase your expenditure, you have to increase income. You get it? That's a law. It's a principle. Otherwise, you will end up living beyond your means when your expenses are much more than the income you are making. Yeah? So, 5 areas of personal finance is the income, the money you earn, your expenses, which is your spending, your savings, the money that you keep aside for the future. How are you investing that money? And then protecting it. Those are the 5 areas of personal finance. There are 9 principles to managing your finances. Number 1, know your income before you commit to serious spending. So, if my income is 25,000, how is it that I'm going to buy a Mercedes? If you do that, what's going to happen? You're going to live beyond your means, and then you're going to continue being in a cycle of debt. You're going to not show up at work. We don't want you to do that at the onset of your career. So, you have to, I heard the madam saying that you can actually start by, for example, know your income before you commit to serious spending. If my income is this amount, why do I go and shop in Dubai? Why can't I go to Gikomba and get suits, very nice suits from there? Because the level of my income at this point, I cannot be able to shop, one suit at 25,000. Why should you shop one suit at 25,000? You get my point? Yeah? So you have to know the level of your income. That's very, very important before you commit to serious spending. Number 2, what are your financial goals? Like Peter said, do you want to own a house? By when do you want to own that house? What is your financial goal? Do you even have a financial goal? Because colleagues, I'm telling you, if you do not have a financial goal, when that money hits your ABSA account next month, you will be overexcited, you'll just start spending it. Have a financial goal before that money hits your account. What is your financial goal? Are we together? Yes. Number 3, create a budget. When you create a budget, you tell your money where it should go, as opposed to asking your money where it went. When you don't have a budget, you'll be asking your money, where did my money go? How did the money disappear? So what you do with a budget, it helps you. You're the one telling the money where it needs to go, because you're saying, this is the money I have, this is what I'm going to put here, this is what is going to be my savings, this is what is going to be my investment. You're able to separate. If you do not have a budget, it's your money that will be telling you where it went. And by that time, the money is gone. Yeah? So, let's ensure that you have a budget. And today, you can actually download. There's so many things, even if you just Google financial budgeting, you'll be able to get how you can be able to break down your budget. And Peter had already said it. 50% sorts out your needs, your water, your electricity, those things that you need. 30% your wants, 20% your savings. And you become disciplined with it. I'm telling you, you'll go far. I wished somebody told me that things I'm telling you today, when I was your age, I would also be very far. But you have that privilege that somebody is talking to you about it today. Take advantage of it. Yeah? Number 4, before paying bills, always set aside money for emergencies. Set aside, put aside. Say, even if it's 1,000, I'll always put it aside, depending on what your income is. Put aside money. Like Peter said, 6 months, almost like 6 months worth of your savings, 20% of your savings on your emergency fund. Always have an emergency fund. Number 5, save now. my dear brothers and sisters, this 25,000, what is 20% of 25,000? How much? I can't hear you. Say loudly. 5,000? 5? Yes. If you discipline yourself and say every month, for the next 12 months, I will put 5,000. 5 times 12 is? By the end of the year, you will have 60,000. What can you do with 60,000? Sorry? There is something you can be able to do with it. Tell me, that if you think about bricks, yesterday I was talking to my sister and she told me one block is 60 shillings. If you wanted to start building a house, you can start. Yeah? And let me tell you something, it's not restricted to the money you only have now. Find other sources of which you can increase your income. Okay? Grow your income. That 60,000, after you have saved it, you can put it in shares. You can buy shares. You can continue to grow that money. You can put it into mutual funds. If you come to ABSA today with 1,000 shillings, you can be able to start to open a unit trust account. And you put that money there, and it continues to grow. Start today. Then always ensure that you're checking for the best interest, whether it is interest on savings or even interest on on loans. Then never borrow what you cannot pay. Don't borrow what you cannot pay. And when you borrow, pay. I had my sister there who was talking about emotional intelligence. If you borrow, every time when I want to pay somebody with something, they tell me, don't pay me on my phone, I have Fuliza. Don't pay me on my phone, I have. So why don't you want to pay? Pay. And it is those small, it's a behavior. It is that ability to be able to pay those small amounts that will cause people to trust you. When you're trusted with small things, you'll be trusted with bigger things. Then finally, buy insurance. Financial protection is very important. Some of you are parents already. Yeah? With very little money, you can be able to take an education policy for your child today. And we also have that education policy with us today. Yeah? Buy it. Put protection. Yeah? So, in summary of this particular part, no pain. Guys, can you help me read that? Okay, the next one. Organize now or? Organize now or? Yes. Organize now or agonize later. You choose which one you want. Financial discipline is key, but it requires consistency. And it requires discipline. Will you make mistakes? Yes. Just keep improving, just keep getting better at it. And like Peter said, we have the ABSA One account. And what we have done for you, it's a free account. Free. Take advantage of it, the ABSA One account. Open it up today as a journey. Remember, we want you to save as much as possible. So that's why we have given you an ABSA One account, which is a free account. No monthly fees on it. At least clap for us. Yeah? There is no monthly fees on it. No minimum balance. We will issue you with a debit card. Your salary will be processed the same day. If you want a checkbook, we can give you on request. You'll get SMS alerts. Whatever happens in that account, you'll be able to see free mobile banking, free internet banking. Aki clap for ABSA. Yeah? Free. Because we know you are starting. And we want to support you as you are starting. That's why we have made this free and available for you. Take advantage of it. Yeah? The other thing we have made possible for you. Just imagine 50,000 shillings that you will get when you open an account with us. What can you be able to do with that 50,000 shillings? I know some of you might need to travel. Some of you might need to get some few clothes here and there. Some of you may need to rent a house and pay deposit. This money will help you. So when you open an Absa account with us, you'll be able to get, when your first salary hits, you'll be able to get up to 50,000 Kenya shillings payable up to 12 months. Yeah? We'll be able to support you with that. Yeah? I didn't hear anybody clap. Yeah? So talk to our colleagues there at the back and ask them how you can get the 50,000 shillings. Another thing we have also done for you is you have access to a credit card for up to 10,000 shillings. If you need some miscellaneous cash, we can be able to get for you a credit card that you can be able to use bit by bit and organize with us and see. We can be able to, when you go to our tent, we'll be able to explain to you how it works. That is also another place where you can be able to use your finances and access additional finances to help you with small things here and there and help you to grow. Finally, we have a personal accident cover. I know that you're not covered under the public service, so you can get a personal accident cover. We've made it possible for you at 500 shillings only. We are giving you a cover worth 100,000 shillings for this whole year as you work. Isn't that a plus? Yeah? For this whole year as you work. So what am I saying to you? I'm asking you that as you answer your why, as you operate and build yourself towards becoming the public servant that you want to be, we are there to support you, standing with you, knowing that you are just starting. We are working with you, guiding you so that you can be able to succeed. I hope I will see you in the Absa tent. Thank you very much and all the best.
Thank you very much, the money people. Thank you very much for the presentation on money matters. I think now, those of us who had some few issues about how to deal with money matters, at least you got something that will help you when you start earning your money and start planning for your future. That information that you've been given by the two colleagues from Absa Bank should be very, very useful. Was it useful to you? Very useful. Very useful. I don't know whether I can hear anyone saying it was useful. Was it useful? Guys at the back, was it good for you? Or we give you another presentation on money matters? What exactly would you like to hear about money that they have not told you? Okay, so we'll take it that it was okay, and thank you very much for those two presentations that have gone a long way, I believe, to just give us the kind of tips that we need to have when dealing and navigating issues around money. And I'm sure you might want to consider where to keep your money when that time for you to make that decision comes. At least now you can make an enlightened decision on where to keep your money and how to keep it. So now, we have just a few minutes before we get to go for our lunch. Is anyone hungry ama tuendelee kidogo? Kuna mtu ambaye bado yuko na njaa ama tuendelee kidogo? Kidogo tu, dakika chache. Can I ask Rachel, as we prepare to go for lunch, where is Rachel from Kenya Investment Authority? Rachel Nyambura, where are you? I need to tell you something about Rachel. Rachel, she's not here. Rachel is coming. Let's encourage Rachel as she comes. There's something she wants to do for you. Let's clap for Rachel. Rachel, where are you? You are being clapped for and you're not coming.
Also, Alex Suji should prepare.
And Alex Suji. Alex, where are you? Alex Suji from National Treasury. Is that Rachel in red coming? Ah, great. Let's cheer Rachel as she comes down. Rachel, clap for Rachel so that she gets the energy to come down. Amayoka Buhere, where are you? Amayoka Buhere from Policyholders Compensation Fund, where are you? Amayoka? Amayoka, I'm not going to parade you. Kuja tu. Amayoka is not here. Rachel, please come. Alex Suji. Alex Suji. Okay. So here we have Rachel Nyambura. Rachel, you know you're the only one, you're the one standing between us and lunch. But there's something that you need to do for us that is going to make our lunch even more appetizing. All right? Rachel Nyambura works with the Kenya Investment Authority. Rachel was in cohort 2 of the internship program. Cohort 2 was 2020, the year 2020. The reason I bring Rachel here and the others that I've mentioned is deliberate, so that you watched a documentary on the PSIP program where you're sharing experiences, but those were images. Now I need you to see the people for real. They can tell you what this journey looks like, briefly before we go for lunch. Is that okay? Is that okay? Thank you. That is a little fair. And next to Rachel is Amayoka, is it? Amayoka Buhere, who works with the Policyholders Compensation Fund. Rachel was in cohort 4. Cohort 4 was 2021. Sorry. Amayoka was in cohort 4, which is 2021, 2022. So these are real examples of people who've gone through this program that you are just about to begin. Would you like to hear their story for real other than just watching a documentary? I can hear someone say no. Vumilia kidogo tafadhali, tu watulivu. Just for a few seconds, you will give us a little bit of your own experience for the time you are there. And then you, the two of you.
Okay, I'm so happy, I'm so overwhelmed today. And first of all, I would like to begin my presentation with recognizing the respective protocols that are here. The Commission Secretary, the CEO Public Service Commission, and all other distinguished guests, and to the incoming interns, cohort 5. I'm so proud of you guys. I'm really, really happy for you. This is a very brave step that you have already taken. And I'd like, first of all, let's congratulate Public Service Commission. Let's congratulate them. They are really doing a very, I can say it's a very great job, especially to the young people. This is an initiative which they began with the court one that was, I believe it was in 2019. And I believe it's a great initiative through the government to help the young people. Myself, I began my internship journey back in 2020. I started around January 8th there. And I can say it all started well. At some point you get overwhelmed. You're going to an organization where you don't know people. You are like, I'm just young, I don't know how I'm supposed to interact with people. But at some point, we need to to create a mentality in our mind that I'm going here with a purpose. I'm going here so that I can benefit from something, right? So let's, as you are about to begin your journey, let's emulate that. Go there with a purpose. Know that I'm coming here to benefit. And I can tell you one thing for sure. First thing, understand the culture of the organization which you are going in. That's the main thing that will help you. Once you understand the culture of the organization, you are there now to adapt to that. You're normally told that do whatever the Romans does. Don't think that now that I am just straight from maybe campus, you feel like you know much, or you feel like, just try to walk with their pace. It's not that I'm telling you that you're not supposed to be that creative or to bring new ideas. You are supposed to do that, but also learning the organization structure, culture is very important as you're about to begin this journey. That's what I did myself. And for me, it was it was a bit challenging because of the COVID-19. That's when it was declared a pandemic worldwide and countrywide. There were lockdowns, people are working from home. But I told myself, just because we won't be frequently in the office, that doesn't mean that I'm not supposed to learn. I need to learn. We used to have virtual meetings with departments, organization, and through those virtual meetings, that's where I decided this is the only point I'm supposed to showcase my skills and my talents. For you, you'll be very lucky because most of the time you'll be in the office. Not that us, we were not in the office, but for you, it's from the beginning to the end. You'll be in the office. Use that opportunity. Interact. Create network with the people in the office. You have already come from campus, you've graduated, you already have the technical skills, but the organization does not know you through your papers, through your CVs, through the job application. They know you by what you're going to showcase. That's when they will know you. So give your best. And also another thing is also be disciplined. As we have heard from the speaker since morning, actually I was seated there behind, I was listening. And I can tell you for sure, whatever you've been told today, whatever has been shared today, please don't take it for granted. It's very beneficial. Very, very beneficial as you are about to begin your journey. So ensure that whatever has been discussed today, try to put it in practice. Also have someone to be guiding you. That's what I used to do. I used to interact with my supervisor. I would like to know the things that are going on in the organization. Show that interest that I'm ready to learn. I want to know what happens here. Don't just be seated there at the corner. You're like, I don't want to interact with people. No. If you do that, trust you me, that will be the beginning of your, I don't know how to say it, but try to create that, that network with people. Ask as many questions as you can. You are there to learn. That's the an incoming intern, it will ruin your reputation in the organization. Find a better way on how you're going to address the challenges and the issues in the organization, right? So with that few remarks, I know I am supposed to give a lot, but because of time, if anyone needs any interaction, I'll just be seated somewhere. You can still talk more. Because I'm here also to guide you and to make sure that you are where I am today. Actually, I work with Kenya Investment Authority. It's a government agency that main objective of the mandate is to promote and facilitate investment in Kenya. For me, I really thank God for that opportunity, because as times even goes, I'm also able to grow. I wasn't able to stand in front of people, to talk to them, thousands of people, but nowadays I've gain that communication skills. Because I want to keep on learning. Learning doesn't stop. As long as you're living, you're supposed to learn. Each and every day, ask yourself, what have I learned? What have I gained, right? So once you do all that, then I believe it will all be successful. Don't feel discouraged. Don't feel like once I have finished my internship, how will it be? Myself, I stayed for like 8 months before I was absorbed in that organization. After I finished my internship, I decided like, fine, I can't go back home just to be seated in the house, I felt like, even if I'm going to do my side hustles, maybe like thrice after I completed my Psc internship, let me just be reporting to the office, be assisting people where I can. Trust you me. Sometimes I was not even paid for 8 good months. But I told myself, you know, at this rate where the economy, Kenya we are heading to, it's just a matter of you being aggressive, you being not giving up. And that's when there were openings that were advertised in my organization. I applied, and I really thank God I was confirmed, and right now I'm a permanent employee at Kenya Investment Authority, and I'm still learning. Not that I'm confirmed, I'm not learning, I'm still learning. Thank you so much, and I wish you all the best, and congratulations once again.
The CEO, Dr. Rotich, Madam Commissioner, Dr. Muyanda, PSC Secretariat, my fellow PSIP Cohort 4, good evening, good afternoon. My name is Amayoka Buhere, as you heard. I'm very proud to be a entry-level jobs and internships roles in insurance, risk, investment, and credit. And I was very happy when PSIP perfectly placed me at Policyholders Compensation Fund. I am an actuarial science graduate and economist, and I'm very happy that I'm at the best place I could be at PCF right now. While at PSIP program, with the PSIP program, I was placed at PCF, and that's where I'm working actually right now. So I worked there for 9 months in the same position that you're in. I did my best. It was a combination of hard work, perseverance, persistence, continuous knowledge gathering that got me here today. I would also like to thank my managing trustee. He's called Mr. William Masita. I would also like to thank my supervisor and Ms. Muihaki they recognized my talents, my abilities, and rewarded my abilities. So they taught me everything that I know right now, and I'm able to be where I am right now because of them. Now, the first quality I would like to discuss is work ethic. We are interns. I was also once an intern. There is this tendency of saying, I'm just an intern. I know you know that. Some of you have been interns before, some of you not, but there's this tendency of saying, I'm an intern, I'm just an intern. But I'd like to tell you that you're not just an intern. Right now, you are a public officer. I hope you've been told that. So as a public officer, you must uphold acceptable values, because right now, you're representing yourself, you're representing your supervisor, you're representing your CEO or your CS, you're also representing the government. So it's very important that you know and be mindful that all the actions and inactions that you do right now are going to reflect on those people. And you have to think, what do I want my CEO to think about me? Because right now in this internship, what we're doing right now is we are proving ourselves, we are learning, we are growing, we are learning how to navigate the workplace. And so all of this, because at this point, this is the character you build right now, this is the character you're going to have going through your whole professional career. So how do you want to start it? Yes? So you need to know that you need to work very hard and do not be in the background. First, you need to learn regional development priorities. You need to learn the government's priorities. You need to learn your organization strategy. Where do they want to be in 5 years or 4 years? You need to know the work plan, and you need to deeply understand your organization's mandate, so that at some point in the future, your supervisor or your supervisors should be able to leave you the department or the function. Will they trust you to do that? Will they? Because if they trust you to do that, only then will they be able to entrust you with more responsibility than that. The next thing I would like to discuss is mentorship and coaches. I hope you've been told that the PSC has graciously put at your disposal mentors and coaches. They've adequately trained them just for you. Now, for me, in my experience at PCF, my supervisor happened to be one of the coaches, and she was very thorough. I would ask for feedback. She would give me feedback, even whenever I didn't want it, whenever it was brutal. But I had to take it because I was here to learn. I was an intern, and this was them trying to prepare me for future roles, because the organization, as it grows, it needs to leave younger people behind, and they needed to make sure I was as sharp as I could be so that I would be able to handle all the tasks handed to me. The next thing I would like to talk about is building relationships. Now, as you go to your internships, they are going to expose you to other organizations and other players within the industry you're going to. So when you go out there, do not keep to yourself. Speak to people, because this is the time to let your shine be seen. Yes? You cannot be seen by just sitting quiet. In every room you go to, you must be seen, you must be felt, and you will be recognized. Trust me. I was rewarded because I would say I was very, much as I was resilient, I would ask a lot of questions. I took every opportunity to learn, every opportunity to ask questions. I asked stupid questions, I asked ignorant questions, but I still got answered. So in government, do not be afraid to ask those questions, because as an intern, you have this fresh perspective that government wants to hear. Government is very keen right now on improving processes, improving procedures, and they want you as an intern to give ideas, be confident and express them, and they'll thank you for it. They'll see you. You're not just an intern, you are a public officer. And every moment of your working time, you need to remember that you're here to contribute to the success of this organization, and the organization's success and your success are intertwined like this. If you succeed, the organization is going to succeed. If the organization succeeds, you also do as well. So do you want to fail, or are you going to succeed with the organization? So now, Government of Kenya systems, some of you could have some experience in government, some of you could be coming from the private sector, others are coming fresh from university. But you'll realize that Government of Kenya systems are very unique. And to do as I did, be proud of it, shout about it, say I worked in government as an intern or otherwise, you worked in government. And I also realized that this opportunity opened so many other doors for me, doors that I, of course, closed because I got absorbed by PCF after 9 months of internship there within this program. Now you'll realize that many other organizations within the public sector and the private sector are going to be very attracted to you. Do you know why? It's because they don't know how government works. You will only know how government works when you're inside government. And you need to shout about it. For instance, I was once invited to an interview, and they really asked me about an internship I did in government. All of it, the whole interview, was just about what were you doing at that internship? Can you assist us with this? Can you assist us with that? So do not diminish yourself as an intern. Shout about it, because you're going to be very attractive, and especially to NGOs and the private sector, because they need to know how government works and how they're going to leverage on you for them to succeed. And after all this is when you'll realize that, it's when you realize that the public officer is the engine of the Kenyan economy. You'll find new appreciation and respect, not just for yourself as a new public officer, but for all other public officers. So represent them well. Now, I'm going to leave you with a quote from Martin Luther King Jr. He said, if a man is called to be a street sweeper, he should sweep the streets so well, even as Michelangelo painted, even as Beethoven composed music, and Shakespeare wrote poetry. He should sweep the streets so well that all the hosts of heaven and earth will pause to say, here lived a great street sweeper who did his job well. So whatever task you're given, do it so well that you'll be missed when you're not there. Because if you're not missed, no one will give you a call back. My colleague here, Nyambura, she told you that she was called back to Ken Invest after 8 months. It is because she was remembered. She left a mark. So are you going to leave a bad mark where you come in very late to work, where you are drunk during work, or where do you disrespect your seniors and even your peers? Or are you going to leave a mark that is to be felt that even 5 years down the line, they remember that there was an intern here and I need them back? Yes? So you need to remember every minute of your working time that 1 year is a very short time and you need to make an impact within this 1 year. I made an impact within 9 months, and I'm very thankful that this PSIP program put me there, because I'm quite sure that were I not there, had I not showcased my talents and my abilities, I would not be there right now. And so I received a lot of support from the staff at PCF, and so I hope you will too, because public officers are very nice people. We don't compete. We are okay, we are chill. Yeah? So ask for help from your seniors, from your juniors, from your peers. Every person has something to say to you. So you have very little experience with life and in the professional world, so ask for help. Thank you very much.
Well, I'm back again, but I forgot to also recognize my organization through our managing director, Ms. June Chepkemei. They are the people who guided me. So I feel it to be fair if I recognize them, because they assisted me a lot. Not that I was here only because of my traits alone, but they also guided me. And that's why I'm saying it's also good to have mentors. Make sure that you create networking with people who are going to help you grow. So I was working with my supervisor and the investment promotion department when I was an intern. Mr. Pius Rotich, he also guided me very well for that 1 year when I was an intern. And also currently, when I'm permanently employed, I'm being guided by Mr. Guracha Adi. They are really helping me a lot. Don't take mentorship process in your workplace for granted. That's why I'm saying we keep on learning day by day. We learn through networking. We learn through being open. Being open-minded, being ready to learn, that's how we are going to learn, and that's how we are going to achieve in our career. Thank you so much.
Those clubs don't look like. I think these two ladies deserve a standing ovation. Now, we don't do sitting ovations here. We do standing ovations. Don't you think they deserve a standing ovation? I'm saying this because what they've just told you should actually motivate you and inspire you to want to walk this journey until the very end. It's not easy as they have told you. So let's give them a very good, hearty round of applause. Thank you so much, young ladies. Well done. The future is bright. Let's be seated. You can take your seats, please. A quick lesson I want to share with you about what they've done. Who works with the Policyholders Compensation Fund did not even finish her internship. Did you notice that? She did not finish her 12 months. Before the 12 months period was over, she was already poached by the same organization. She didn't need to finish. Because she was so good enough and an opportunity presented itself, the organization didn't see the need of going to scout for other people elsewhere when they had one of them right there. So what does that tell you? These 12 months you're going to be on this program, you don't need to finish 12 months. Before 12 months are over, you could already be absorbed by the same organization or you'll be spotted by someone else, depending on how you perform. If you make the job your godfather, like you were told by the chairperson. Not godfather in terms of a human being, godfather in terms of delivery, in terms to exactly the reality that you can actually get a job through this process. I know many of you have had a long journey waiting for job opportunities since you left college after graduation. Maybe 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 years. Yes? Is there anyone who's been out for 5 years? 5 years? Yes, we have guys who have done 5 years. This one just did 1 year on the internship program, and before they could finish, one of them was already taken, and many others were taken. These are just a few to show you that this program prepares you and gives you an opportunity to get into the job market a lot more easily than if you've just been waiting. So we congratulate you that you took the opportunity, you seized the moment, and you've joined the program. By end of the 12 months, who knows, many of you would have already been taken. The statistics we have show that people who have gone through this program are actually an easy sell. They're easily taken because the industry, the market is asking for people who have experience of some kind. But you tell me if you've just finished college, you've graduated with your BSc or BA or medicine, whatever program you're on, what experience do you have? So this one gives you the opportunity, and those two ladies actually demonstrate to you that that little experience you acquire through this program is an opener for you going forward. And there are many other cases that we'll be sharing in due course through our interactions with you over the period that you'll be on the program. Now, I told you that what stood between us and lunch was just those little things. There's a small delay, a little delay, because of some reasons beyond our, but there's also something we are training you about, and it's also deliberate in a sense. It is something called endurance. Endurance. Please never allow hunger or hunger pangs to be the reason for you. We are also trying to teach you some few lessons about endurance. How to resist certain situations when they present themselves to you, and how to make the best out of a bad situation. Like, for example, a delay in having your lunch. Which lunch is coming? So in a very short while, you'll be having lunch nonetheless, and I'll be announcing to you how you're going to proceed to the serving points. But before we go there, allow me to just do one thing. As a commission, we believe in something called feedback. I know it's still too early in the day, you are still trying to learn so many other things, but this is an opportunity I want to give you just to respond to anything, anyone who would like to say something about the program, what the expectations are, what the anxieties are, before we go for lunch at the moment when it will be ready for us. Anyone? This is how we test leadership. Please come. Anyone else? Come. This is how we test leadership. Unajua uongozi is grabbed. You grab it when the opportunity rises. And this is how people are spotted. In a few years' time, these two gentlemen who have volunteered, there's not a single lady who wants to come up. Yeah, please. Please come. Karibu. Now, you've been here since morning, so you just give us your feedback, what you think, what your expectations are, your anxieties, any concerns you have. Just speak to the program or any of the issues that were raised in the presentations that were done. For the benefit of the commission, we can take feedback from you. There's no one going to victimize you. The commission is a very, we are receptive to ideas, okay? But we want constructive criticism, not criticism like the kind I see on social media about this, about that, complaining left and right. We want criticism that builds, ila kujenga. Sindio? Atuambie jina yako, ni wapi umetoka, ni wapi umepostiwa, and whatever else you want to tell us in just a few minutes.
Hello everyone. Hello. I know all of us, the pangs of hunger are biting us now and then, but number one, we'd like to recognize all protocol observed. My name is Zabron Mwangi from Kiharu, Muranga County, Kiharu constituency, Gaturi Ward, a graduate from Chuka University with a degree in criminology and security studies. According to my offer letter, I've been posted in the State Department for State Department for Correctional Services, of which I am happy to have been posted there. Number one, I know it's not that I am perfect or anything. I would like to thank the PSC for what they have done. Even after the rigorous processes, I've been found to be worthy of this opportunity. I don't take it for granted. I would like to I would like to thank the PSC for that. Another thing is that, of course, we have a lot of fears. We don't know where we are going. We are going somewhere that we have never been before, the internship in the Public Service Commission. And I would like also to thank the PSC for such an induction, because at least there is a light at the end of the tunnel. We can see there's a lot of expectations, and at least a picture has been made or has been drawn for us to see what you're going to expect at the end of the day. And another thing is that, another fear we have is that, for example, maybe I'm from Muranga, then I find myself being posted maybe in Turkana or Mombasa, the relocation and everything else, but I hope that, well, at least I will have traveled na nimejua Kenya kidogo, so it's also another opportunity to traverse and enjoy the serenity of this country. Something else is that, of course, another fear is maybe for those who have children and they are being relocated somewhere else, and the transfer, of their children, and maybe they have young children, they are young mothers. Also, that is another fear that some of us that have been talking with, they have. So all in all, I would like to appreciate all of us. Being here, it is not something to be taken for granted. It is an opportunity, and you have to ensure that you have grabbed the opportunity. This is also another opportunity to work for the public service, to work for the government. And I know if we work well, I tend to believe that you can be absorbed into the service, and you're going to work, and you're going to work well. And when you get the money, I tend to believe that you're going to do something with it, invest as you've been guided here. So we are, personally, I am happy, and I am delighted to have been together with all of you. So thank you very much. Nashukuru.
Thank you. I hear some noise. I don't know what's that for. Yeah, I know you're hungry. And I've explained why you will have to be a little patient, have I? I told you we're also teaching you issues around, this is an opportunity to learn issues around endurance. And I've explained there is a small delay. Cindy, there is a small delay. Please, let's appreciate that bit, and there's nothing much you can do until that matter is resolved. But you will have lunch. Okay? So let's pay attention to what we are doing. Just be a little patient, and we will be able to do this. Thank you.
To the CEO, commissioners, and all protocols observed. God is good all the time. I'm Otieno Frederick Ogada from Kisumu County, a graduate of Masai Mara University with bachelor's degrees in education with special needs education. I want to thank the Public Service Commission for seeing it wise to select us after the interview. We can't take it for granted. Of the 31,000, being among the 3,000, we can't take it for granted, and we have to thank. And I'm very, very happy because it's my first time stepping at the KICC. And I have to thank the Public Commission for that. I'm impressed with the words that my two sisters have just said, and the words that the chairman said and the commissioner said some minutes ago. And I want to believe by the end of this intern, we are going, and let us not take it for granted. Otherwise, thank you very much.
Habari ya mchana, itifaki zote zikizingatiwa. Ni kwa majina naitwa Fauzia kutoka kwa chuo kikuu cha Karatina. Okay, ningependa kushukuru public service kwa yale wametufanyia. Ni nafasi nyingine wametupea kama freshly graduates na wenye wali graduate kwa muda. So kwa hivyo tunasema asante. Ila niko na maswali kulingana na wakati. Okay, we've been told this is the first physical induction. And there are a lot of questions here and there about I've been deployed in a different state, I've been deployed in different, okay, parastatal. So my question is, how are we going to ensure that we are able to approach or avail ourselves to the various places we've been deployed, considering on Monday we have to report to the working station. And okay, assume for my case, I've been deployed to KWS. And I've traveled from Western. Tomorrow is on Friday, I'll be here on induction. I need to travel back. I have no money to support me throughout the weekend. So I was wondering if there's a strategy that'll help us. I was wondering if there's a strategy they can help us sort so that we can reduce on financial constraint, because tomorrow is on Friday. On Monday you're supposed to report to various working stations, but there's a weekend up in the middle. How are we going to ensure that we are able to finalize with the various departments or various ministries we've been deployed, at the same time we are able to be in the various. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you for those concerns. I can tell you, I know that we know there are many concerns, many issues around the program as we settle down. We will address some of those issues most likely before you go home, before you start this process. Okay, we are alive to so many things that you are likely to be facing. So it's not that we don't know, and the commission will address itself to this. I think there'll be a briefing at the end of this on some of those issues you are raising. So as we finish, you remember I called for Mr. Suji, the other two ladies who presented their experience. So Suji will tell us just in 1 minute or two his own experience having gone through the program and eventually absorbed by a new employer. Please, let's be a little patient. Can we be patient, kidogo, tafadhali? Let's keep quiet. Let's listen to him. Then we finish. I'll give you the next direction.
Hello. The chairperson, vice chairperson, commissioners present, directors, deputy directors, cohort 5 interns, and all other guests. Good afternoon. I am privileged today to be here. In 2019, I was in the other side. And today, I've been requested to give a testimony of the growth that I've gone through. My name is Alex Suji. I am an administrator at the Ministry of National Treasury and Economic Affairs. And I've gone through this cohort, this internship as cohort 1. And I was posted at the disability mainstreaming at the National Council for Persons with Disabilities. There, I know you are anxious with the places you've been posted, and I know you have a lot of questions, as I've heard from the 3 interns I've had speaking here. And I want to assure you that it's going to be a smooth transition over there. Public servants are people who are welcoming. They are people who will be waiting to gather what you have, to use what you have, and absorb what you've learned. So I know it's late, and I know that most of you want to move to the next step. So I'm going to be brief in telling you what helped me go through what I went through. So I want to start by saying you just need to be open-minded. Just have to have an open mind and be ready to learn. Be ready to take up any responsibility that is given unto you. And move ahead and develop your skills. Be the good people you are. And consider this as a as a challenge, as an opportunity, and also as a stepping stone. It's the baby steps that take you far. It's what you use right now, it's what you use right now to go through this that is going to guide you in your next steps. The public service absorbs interns. It is true, we are a testimony, and we are many. In the field that I am into, we are quite a number. And being here today as a cohort 5 is just the first step in making sure that you're going to attain your goals. So please, take this as a good step towards your future and attaining your goals. And also remember to be grateful. It might seem little, but it's so big. The things that this internship can do to you, it's so big. The exposure, the networking, all that is something that can be of a great benefit to you. So let's move ahead, let's continue serving our great nation, and welcome to the service, the cohort 5. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Suji. Mr. Suji is now an assistant county commissioner. Some of them who are here, now that we have everybody from a different ward, could be your subjects, Mr. Suji. So you need to know these people. Could be coming from the ward or the county where you are deployed. So now we've come to the end of that very short interlude, which was meant just to buy time as we wait for the lunch. This is what we are going to do. We are going to ask you to take a short break, but on one condition. Please don't get out of this space, so that by the time the lunch is ready to be served, I'll then be able to give you the instructions on how we are going to serve lunch, because we are many. We are about 4,000 of you here. Okay? So tafadhali msiondoke nje. You can go for a health break, mingle, know each other, even if you're hungry. Yeah? Get to know each other, have some chats, know each other. That's the emphasis I'm laying on this thing. So. And now, please listen to me. If you go outside, you will not come in. Tumelewana? Stay within the perimeter of this place so that I'll be able to make announcements for you when the lunchtime comes. Okay? Thank you very much for being a very good audience. We'll be back here with the next set of instructions for you.